The game of the week takes you to St. Petersburg, Florida. The Tampa Bay Rays getting set to host the Baltimore Orioles in an AL East showdown. The west coast of Florida, a beautiful beach day, nice sunny day in Florida. As Wander Franco and the Rays getting set to host John Means, just activated off the IL for this start. He's been on the IL since early June with a shoulder injury. The Orioles took the first game of this series against Tampa and looking to win a series against Tampa for the first time since 2017 in St. Petersburg. Orioles also looking to win their fourth straight game in this matchup tonight. Hello and welcome to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by YouTube Shorts. I am Heidi Watney. This is Lauren Gardner. We're going to be with you for the next half hour, getting you set for the game, where Melanie Newman, Sarah Langs, and Alana Rizzo will have the call. And in case you didn't put that together, yes, that is 5 women calling this game for the first time in MLB history. I'm excited about it. But for me, it's just another day of work. I love doing these YouTube broadcasts. They're fun, they're relaxed, they're high energy broadcasts, and I've done quite a few of them. I've worked in baseball for well over a decade. Another day of work for me. LG, yes. Are you excited for this?
I'm so excited, Heidi. And like you said, you're very well qualified. So are the other 3 women on the call. And for me, the gravity of the situation has not been lost on me. What this means for all other women in sports, all other women in male-dominated industries, but also for young girls and young boys to see this as just commonplace. So I'm so honored to be here and be part of history. Don't make me cry. We'll move on. I'm not crying. You're crying.
It's just another game. But yes, anyone can do any role. Whether it's a host, an analyst, play-by-play, sideline reporter. That's the great thing about baseball. And the other great thing about baseball, even though the Tampa Bay Rays dominate the AL East, the Baltimore Orioles won Game 1. Here's a look at how it went down last night.
Ryan Mountcastle playing first base today. This one into right field. This will get down a fair ball and kick away from Arozarena, a long way away. Austin Hayes is in. Orioles 8 hits, 7 singles. This is into right field for Hayes. That is a fair ball, and the Orioles are going to add another one. It bounces into the stands, and it's 6-0. And it's strike 3 swinging. Wells with a couple of Ks in a scoreless 9th.
Well, our producer, Moses Messina, absolute genius. So he came up with the name of this segment, Unboxing the Matchup, as we preview this game with the 2 ladies who will be calling the action tonight. Melanie Newman, Sarah Langs. Ladies, welcome and congratulations. Melanie, how does this feel?
You get a lot of adrenaline, and you do get that excitement. And of course, this is a different atmosphere to be calling a game in than what we've been used to over the last 2 years. So that adds to it. But the important thing is today that door opens, and while we're going to celebrate that excitement of the first, the door's staying open, and this becomes normal from this point forward. It's not a novelty. This is where we get to start taking those non-qualifiers out from the place where they've been trying to be qualifiers for so long and really just have an open industry.
Yeah, I love what you said in an interview earlier this week. Gender does not determine your passions. Sarah, you're very passionate, especially about the sabermetrics of this game, but what are your thoughts so far? Take me into your emotions right now.
I agree with everything Melanie just said, of course, but it's really cool to know that this is a historic moment. I really appreciate all of the outpouring that we've gotten on social media, friends, family, everybody reaching out and acknowledging the moment. But as Melanie said, the most important thing is that there are going to be so many more of these afterwards, and we're just getting that ball rolling.
Yeah, exactly. This is just the beginning. So enough of the feel-good stuff. We're going to get into the game because I know this is what you guys are best at. Melanie, let's talk about the O's for a second. They have to be so happy to be getting their lefty ace back in the rotation.
Well, you just nailed it. He's the ace. He is the guy, even though he's not a veteran that's been talked about a lot. He's still young, but so many of these pitchers look up to him because they're even younger and experienced than he is. And the bigger thing, too, is the focus this year for all of Major League Baseball is pitching. They're trying to bridge a 900-inning gap from last year, and everybody is short right now. So while bullpens are being taxed, having a starter who is giving you 6-7 innings every single time he's out there, John Means stands alone for the Orioles roster. He got picked up his last 2 starts from Matt Harvey and Spencer Watkins, so there is a fresher bullpen tonight when he ultimately runs out of gas. They're not going to keep a hard limit on him, but they are paying attention to things. So really good to see him come back and get that ball rolling.
Yeah, not looking for a complete game for him tonight, but having the ace back on the staff, there's a trickle-down effect and just having his presence there. Sarah, what can we look for to see that Means is back and he's healthy and he's on target?
So one thing I'm looking at with him is his first pitch strike rate. So he leads the majors in that, all qualified starters. And if he's getting ahead of batters, you just know that it's going well for him. And, you know, Melanie mentioned his no-hitter. Obviously, he set a record for first pitch strike rate in a no-hitter in that earlier this year. So that's what I'm going to really be keeping an eye on, is that first pitch.
Okay, you've also been keeping an eye on the Rays. 3 weeks, it doesn't seem like that long of a period, but it has been very effective for the Rays, who were 4 back of the Red Sox. Now they're just a game and a half back. What have you seen from this club?
You know, it's really interesting. They had that outstanding May, and in a lot of ways, where they are right now is really a tribute to that. They've been .500 in every game that was not played in the month of May, but they have looked better lately. The offense is very up and down. If you look since June 1st, it's certainly not among the leaders. It's about 17th, 18th weighted runs created plus. That's one of the all-encompassing offensive stats, but they have scored 7 runs, 8 runs in some games lately, so I think that that could be the step. I mean, it's all going to depend on these games against the Red Sox, honestly.
The AL East is always such a tough division, and this year you've got the Blue Jays making some real noise. You've got the Red Sox and the Rays at the top. The Yankees have surprised people in that they haven't been quite as good as in years past. And then the Orioles made some noise by beating the Rays yesterday. Yankees took 2 of 3 over the Red Sox over the weekend. Melanie, how do you see this division shaking out?
It's a division that even in a softer year, which this certainly isn't one of them, they're always going to eat each other alive. And I know that it had been looked over initially before the season with the NL East, but the AL East just comes back time and time again. The Red Sox weren't supposed to be at the top. And we got the question a lot as Orioles, how did it feel to watch them draft ahead of us this year, just because they'd been such a surprise. But then here you come into this really wonky week out of the second half where the Red Sox do get beat up by a struggling Yankees club. And then the Orioles take one from the Rays when they were just within a half a game of finally moving back into that top spot. So you go down the stretch and you're going to see a lot more of that action come to fruition, especially given that the Jays saw the Orioles later than anybody else in the season. It's going to get really interesting as the season winds up.
Yeah, the Jays can really take advantage of the Rays and the Red Sox and the Yankees kind of all playing each other a lot over the next couple of weeks and maybe come in backdoor there. They're all really such exciting teams in the American League. Thank you so much, ladies. We're going to let you go get ready for the game broadcast coming up here in just a few minutes. Good luck tonight and have fun.
Yeah, I think we're all going to have fun.
Yes, I'm having fun right now. We're doing what we love. Life is good.
That brings us to our poll question for tonight. It is, who is going to win tonight's game, the Orioles or the Rays? You got 2 choices there. So please give us your answers for our poll question. We'll have those results a little bit later, maybe right before first pitch. We're going to take a quick break right now, but when we come back, we're going to talk with Austin Meadows, the designated hitter for the Rays and absolute power source for them. We're also going to talk to our creator for our Creator Spotlight. Stay with us.
To the Rays now. And he swings, hits it high and deep and gone. Home run. Broncos first in the big leagues will tie this game. 20 years old. First big league home run. Tie game, curtain call.
And the first pitch to him. Swing and a high drive. Deep to left field. On its way. His first big league hit. It's a game-tying 3-run homer. It's 5-5. Wander Franco making himself at home in the big leagues. A 3-run homer. And it's a brand new game.
Le tira, saca batazo profundo por el left field hacia atrás. La bola se vuelve mundo.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by YouTube Shorts. Here's a look at the starting lineup for the Tampa Bay Rays. Yandy Diaz is back in there after coming out of last night's game. He's at first base. Wander Franco at third. Austin Meadows, the DH, batting third. Randy Arozarena is cleanup. That's a look at the lineup, and right now we are going to talk to the guy batting third in this lineup at designated hitter, Austin Meadows. Thank you so much for joining us on our YouTube pregame show. You absolutely crush Orioles pitching. What is it about facing this Orioles team that you just seem to salivate when you get in the box?
Yeah, I mean, I think it just comes down to, seeing the ball well and just putting together good at-bats. I feel like I see their guys pretty well, and, for me, it's just trying to contribute each and every night, not only against them, but each and every team, and trying to do my part in the lineup and, get runs in and score some runs.
Okay, so you just talked about simplifying your swing. When you're experiencing a slump, I heard a story about you going out night fishing to get this thing back on track. Like, what's the deal? We need to hear the story.
Yeah, there's a couple friends that live over here in St. Pete on the water, and I just felt like needed to kind of get out. It's kind of like my therapy away from the field, and was able to get out there and catch some fish and get my mind off baseball. And sometimes when you have a bad game, you kind of sulk in it and go home and think about it. So being able to use the boat as as an outlet has been really, really good for me.
All right. Is that why you're putting the ball more in play this year? It seems like lately you've been in a little bit of a power drought, but you are putting the ball in play, not striking out as much.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, I feel like, for me, the All-Star break really helps, being able to come back and, feel fresh, especially coming off of last year. 60 games, sprint to the finish, not playing super long season this year. Obviously feels a little bit longer, so being able to have that All-Star break and kind of get my legs back under me and feel fresh, so far I've, felt pretty good.
Feeling fresh, you hit the reset button. You probably want to hit the reset button against John Means. 0 for 6 career against him. What's the key to getting a hit against him today?
Yeah, he's a good pitcher. He's been good all year. For me, it's just going back to simplifying it, not trying to do too much, use the middle of the field and stay on the fastball. He's got a good fastball, and yeah, we'll see what we can do against him, and just as a team, just put together good at-bats and scrap away.
Well, after hitting the reset button over the All-Star break, you got to face the Braves, your hometown team. You had 100 family and friends in the audience. What was that like for you?
It was cool. It was a bit overwhelming, but in a good way. Being able to see all my family in the stands, all the support, and that was my first time playing in Atlanta. So being able to see, family and friends there with smiles on their faces, regardless of how I did, just to be able to see them and see their support for me meant a lot. So it was a lot of fun. It was a quick trip, but I got to, enjoy it as much as I could.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. I met your mom 2 years ago in Cleveland in All-Star Week. She is an absolute gem. Before we let you go, Austin, make your case for the Rays to win the AL East.
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, we're never out of games. I mean, we're never out of games regardless of who we're playing. When our pitching and our hitting and defense is lights out day in and day out, I think that, we're the toughest team to beat in baseball. So for us, we just got to continue to keep doing our thing, keep clicking on all cylinders, and we know we do that, and we stay healthy, that, we're one of the top teams in baseball. So hopefully we can keep that going, and yeah, let's see, see how this thing ends.
All right, you've got a bobblehead. It's your bobblehead night at Tropicana Field. What do you think of your bobblehead? Does it look like you? Did you sit and pose for it?
It's my first one, so it looks pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Being able to have a bobblehead is pretty cool. Regardless of where you're at and stuff like that. Being able to have that, and it's cool to be able to give that out to family and enjoy this night as much as I can. The beard's a little bit brown, but it looks good. It blends in nice, so they did a really good job on it, so I'm excited.
That's awesome. You've made it when you're immortalized with a bobblehead.
Yeah,
congratulations.
that's right.
Good luck tonight,
Thank
Austin.
you.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank y'all for having me. Appreciate it.
Time now for a creator spotlight, and our spotlight tonight is Arthi Patel, senior producer of the YouTube channel The Fumble. Arthi, thank you so much for joining us here this evening. How did you get involved in being one of the producers on this Fumble?
Thanks for having me. So with the fumble, I kind of have been doing sports and sports news my whole life, in college and post-college, and just been active in like sports and sports media. So when the job for the fumble came about, I knew I had to do it. I'm there for like 5 years now. I work with a bunch of other female creators, and we do content every single day. And it's just pretty awesome to do something so fun and so rewarding for all of us.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Are there any female producers or broadcasters that have inspired you or mentored you on your journey?
The most obvious for me, I have to start with, of course, Alana, who's here with us today. I'm a diehard Dodgers fan. I grew up in LA, and I watched her day in, day out all the time. She's always been on the air for me. I've always seen her at the stadium. It's just really cool to actually be with her right now because she is such a big inspiration for me. And then there's also, the others in the NBA, like Doris Burke, and I also love Jessica Mendoza on ESPN. All these women have kind of shaped the way that I do news or I cover news, like who I aspire to be.
Yeah, those are definitely some heavy hitters there, and obviously we love ourselves some Alana Rizzo. What advice would you give to other girls who are interested in broadcasting or even just creating content?
I think the biggest and most important piece of advice that I would give is just to keep going. This is not an easy thing to do. You kind of just have to have your goal and your direction and constantly work at it. Doors will close and doors will open. But if you have a good mindset about what you want to do and you continue to work at it, there's nothing that's off limits, and everything, all the doors can open for you if you just keep going.
And that's wonderful. There's so many different platforms that you can learn from and do and just keep going, like you said. What was your favorite moment, though? All-Star Week just last week. What was your favorite part of it?
For me personally, I have to go with Trey Mancini in the home run derby. I just thought the whole build up to all of that after the year that he had, the fact that he did it for his friend, everything, you could see it when it happened, and he killed it, which was amazing. But when you watch it, everyone was so excited. It was such a beautiful thing to like watch, and it brought everyone together. I just thought that was so cool. For sure, something that I think will go down in history forever.
Yeah, stories like those are exactly why we love our jobs. Okay, let's get to the task at hand. Tonight's game. O's Rays coming up in just a bit. Can the Rays take the AL pennant for the second straight season, or will the Sox be able to hold them off?
Now, I don't think the Red Sox have it in the bag just yet. They do have that stretch coming up against the Yankees in a couple of days, which I feel like if they are able to hold them off, they'll be able to secure a more definite spot in getting the pennant. But the Rays also play the Indians soon, and I feel like those could both go either way. So at this point, I kind of think it's anyone's game. So it's going to be fun to watch how this all plays out in the next few weeks.
I like that prediction. That was a really good breakdown. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck down the road, Arthi. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. Goodbye.
Well, coming up next, Alana Rizzo will join us from the Trop for Picks to Click. A look there that baseball's top prospect, Wander Franco, man of the people. Would you expect any less?
Fly ball, center field, it's deep. Back, and out of here. Mountcastle, touch them all, Ryan. There's a line drive down the left field line, and this one is out of here. Just got out. There's a shot down the left field line. He has done it again. Ryan Mountcastle with 3 home runs. 1-2 pitch. And that's a base hit into center field. That's hit well.
Maybe a home run.
Way back. Forget about it. Cedric Mullins has left the building. Mullins with a shot. Deep right. Is it enough? Yes, it is. And he's got himself another hit. It's a 4-hit day for Cedric Mullins. He's 5 for 5. Cedric Mullins. They can't get him out.
Loving the sign love there from the Trop. Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by YouTube Shorts. Here's a look at the O's starting lineup. Cedric Mullins, the All-Star, leading off after getting yesterday off. Their skipper, Brandon Hyde, said he needed the day off after going 0 for 5 on Sunday there. Starting at center field, Austin Hayes in at that second spot, Trey Mancini third, Mountcastle hitting cleanup, and how about Pat Pelinka there in the 8th spot? 2 RBI night there last night after a 6-1 victory in Game 1 of the series. Now let's get you out to the Trop and bring in Alana Rizzo, who will be reporting live from this game. How are you, my friend? All the attention, all the fanfare over the past 24 hours. Are you exhausted yet?
Yeah, you know, it's been a really big whirlwind, but it's also been a lot of fun in terms of the positivity and the reception of this historic event and just how much everyone's talking about it. In my 16-year baseball career or sports television career, I've never had as much interest in any other story than this game tonight, so it's been nice.
Yes, and it's very well deserved. Someone who also deserves a lot of credit is center fielder Cedric Mullins. What's the latest on him after sitting out yesterday?
Yeah, Cedric Mullins was the lone representative in the All-Star game for the Baltimore Orioles. Of course, Trey Mancini participated in the home run derby, but Cedric Mullins continues a tradition for Baltimore of being that homegrown talent that is represented at the Midsummer Classic. He joins John Means, Manny Machado, Jonathan Scope in terms of Baltimore Orioles in the All-Star game in recent years that have come up through Baltimore's system. Now, he has really completely changed his career since being demoted back in July of 2019. He has completely abandoned switch hitting, and he's gone back to his natural side, the left side. And in just 24 more at-bats, he has 23 more hits off of lefties this season than he had in all of the 3 past years. So Cedric Mullins has kind of figured it out. Brandon Hyde, their skipper, said, you know what? He's just kind of simplified things for himself, just not as much pressure, not tried to do too much from both sides of the plate.
Well, he's going to be facing a lefty tonight in Shane McClanahan, part of Kevin Cash's stable of arms that really throws hard. But he is sneaky, one of the hardest throwers in the league.
Yeah, he really is, Heidi. And you know what's interesting about this whole situation is he's actually a Baltimore native. In fact, he grew up about roughly 13 minutes. Why I know that it's 13 minutes, I'm not sure. But roughly 13 minutes from Camden Yards, up until the fact that he was about 5 years old. And he credits Cal Ripken Sr. with the fact that, or Cal Ripken Jr. rather, with the fact that that's why he loves baseball. Of course, we know what Cal Ripken Jr. has meant to this game. And, you know, this is a guy that he absolutely is a rookie. Not many people have a book on him yet, but this is a guy that throws incredibly hard. In fact, if you look at the amount of guys in terms of AL starters that throw as hard as he does, there's only one guy in the American League that has thrown fastballs more than 100 miles an hour, and that is Garrett Cole of the New York Yankees. So obviously, this guy is something to be reckoned with. Imagine a steady dose of fastballs tonight coming out, and for the first time in his career will face his hometown team.
Oh, that's got to be so much fun for him. Luckily for him, at least the game is in Tampa Bay, so he won't have those hometown nerves to deal with.
It's only 13 minutes. Too close. Way too close to home.
Right, right. Thank you so much, Alana. Good luck tonight.
All right, guys, thanks.
It is time now for Picks to Click, presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. LG, our first pick is going to be who is going to win the AL East.
Okay, so we all know they're basically beasts in the East. I mean, O's 25 games back, but they also have the chance to play spoiler. For me, of course, it's the Tampa Bay Rays, just a game and a half back of the Sox. The Tyler Glasnow injury, that is tough, but for whatever reason, Kevin Cash can get the most out of the pieces he has been given. He plays the cards he's been dealt, and he does it very well. So for me, it's really tough to go against the Rays.
I like looking at those odds and seeing those odds at plus 800 for the Toronto Blue Jays. You know, if I was a betting woman, I might put some cash down on that because I like what we see from that young team. But my pick to click has got to be the Boston Red Sox. I mean, come on, I spent 4 years as part of Red Sox Nation.
Yes.
And now that they have Alex Cora back, Chris Sale just had a rehab start. He's coming back soon. That's basically going to be getting like one of the best pitchers at the trade deadline without trading anything for him because he's yours and he's coming back from the IL. And that's the other thing that's going to be interesting to watch over the course of the next 10 days. What happens leading leading up to this trade deadline for these American League teams. The Tampa Bay Rays, you can't count them out. They went to the World Series last year. They always have sneaky good pitching, even though they don't necessarily have any huge headliners. So I would say right now, I'm going to go 3-team race. And I know you can't count out the Yankees, and they're probably going to make some noise here, but I just don't think they have it this year. They kind of just seem to be floundering. They'll go on a little streak, and then they'll go down, and then go on a little streak, and then they'll go down. But yeah, I'm going to go.
Intangible. It's the fight.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Boston Red Sox with Alex Cora
You
back.
had to.
Getting Chris Sale back.
All the Red Sox fans watching would be like, Heidi, what is going on?
They
Keyboard
might
Warriors
not like
are
me
coming
if
at you.
I don't say the Boston Red Sox. All right, our next pick to click is who's going to be your pick to win the AL pennant, LG?
Okay, so you just talked about Toronto. This is something I'm going to go. This is a sneaky hot pick here because Ross Adkins, going into the deadline, said not only does he want to make some moves, he doesn't want to pick up a rental player. Jose Barrios, we have seen some rumors out there that they could pick them up. I think that would complete the team. Oh, by the way, they have an MVP and a Triple Crown candidate, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. You ever heard of him? Yeah. Guerrero Jr., yeah, that dude does things. So, and I was also around these guys All-Star Week, Heidi, as were you. They're young. They love the game. They love to have fun. And, oh, by the way, they will be returning to their home ballpark in Toronto. So I think that's going to give them a little extra juice. So my pick, yes, again, this is a spicy pick. This is a red hot pick. You know, it's not called #safe pick. I'm going with the Toronto Blue Jays. And I'm throwing things.
I like that, and I like them at plus 1,000 here. And again, if I'm a betting woman, I might take that line. LG and I might head down and play some bets here. I'm going to say, because I picked the Red Sox to win the East, I would say Red Sox for the pennant as well, getting through there. I think the White Sox, though, are going to put up a fight. That White Sox rotation is sneaky good. They have the offense. They're going to get some pieces back later in the year. So I'm not going to count out the White Sox. I'd go Red or White Sox. I'm going Sox. How about that?
Can I
pick just Sox?
Red hose, pale hose.
And then pick which color.
Someone's
later?
wearing hose.
Why not? All right, your final pick to quick, the over-under on runs scored in tonight's game. Where's our line on this right now?
I think it's at 7.5. So
okay, there we go. Yeah.
I'm going to go under. John Means, wild card in this one, returning from injury. We're not sure exactly what to expect from him. And then Shane McClanahan playing against his hometown team. Alana already talked about that. Yep. 13 minutes, not 10 minutes, not 15 minutes. Maybe MapQuested it. But I think he's going to have a little extra juice. We had 7 total runs last night in that 6-1 victory for the O's in Game 1. So for me, going under, Heidi.
You don't need any extra juice to go up against this Rays team because their offense is sneaky good. But John Means coming off the IL, you never really know what you're going to get from a pitcher when he's coming off the IL. And one of his last 2 starts before he went on the IL was against the Rays. He gave up 4 runs there. Shane McClanahan, I'm going to go with the over. I'm going to go with the over just because you picked the under. How about that?
Love it.
I like the Orioles offense. I don't really know what we can expect from Means, so it might be getting into a bullpen game there for the Orioles. You got Shane McClanahan, and the Rays bullpen is really good, but I'm going to go with the over for this one.
I like that. You know what? That's a good call. And you know what? We have to balance each other out. So why not? If you're watching at home, we got nothing. Just pick one. That's all we got for you. Right. Okay, let's get to the poll results here. Hard-hitting question, who's going to win this game? So it looks like the Tampa Bay Rays, 70%. I mean, this one makes sense, but you never know. The O's won 6-1. So last night, you never know.
The O's did take the first game, and, you know, maybe we have more Rays fans watching this or not, but you also, Rays are in second place in the division, so I don't think that I think people are just kind of going with the rankings in this one. But you can't count out those Orioles. They got off to a really hot start to the season.
Yes, they did.
And faded a little bit. It's a tough division. They're rebuilding. But the great thing about them is they've got so many great young players, Ryan Mountcastle, Cedric Mullins, that they're going to be coming up in the next couple of years. You're going to see good things from them. And these Rays, man, they are exciting.
They're good. They just keep finding ways to win. Heidi, can you believe it? We're a minute 17 away from first pitch. This flew.
This is going to be an exciting game. Melanie Newman, Sarah Langs, Alana Rizzo on the call for this game. Those women, they're seasoned veterans. They know what they're doing, and they have earned their spot here. And so good luck to them.
Yes.
The game. We're going to take one more look at the AL East standings. The Tampa Bay Rays, after dropping the game last night, fell to a game and a half back of the Red Sox here in the division. Blue Jays 7 games back, Yankees 7.5, and the Orioles are down there in the basement. But again, with the American League East, you really can't put a finger on anything on any given night. Any team can beat up on the other team, and we mentioned it earlier in the game. The Yankees took 2 of 3 of the Red Sox over the weekend, and they could catch fire and prove me wrong. What I said earlier in this
no, we
segment
watched
here.
Heidi Watney. We're definitely going to do it just because of that.
Right. Well, this has been a really fun broadcast, bringing you the pregame show, getting you ready for tonight's game. John Means, Shane McClanahan, the lefty-lefty matchup. Randy Arozarena out there. Anthony Santander for the Orioles. Everyone's getting hot in the second half. I want you to enjoy the game. Melanie Newman, Sarah Langs, Alana Rizzo on the other side of this YouTube TV broadcast. For Lauren Gardner, Heidi Watney, have a good one.
Here's the pitch. Drives it deep. What a play. Are you kidding me? Oh, my.
And welcome to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by YouTube Shorts. It's an absolute beautiful day in St. Petersburg, Florida. You cannot drive through it without seeing that big Tropicana Field dome. And again, the YouTube Game of the Week presented by YouTube Shorts. It's going to be a big one today. The Baltimore Orioles Game 2 taking on the Tampa Bay Rays. After the Orioles had their way behind a rookie yesterday in Spencer Watkins to silence the Rays, a 6-1 win for the Orioles. A wonky start to the second half in the AL East. Welcome in, everybody. Melanie Newman, Sarah Langs will later be joined by Alana Rizzo as well. And Sarah, again, you've gotten to see everything shaking out. The AL East has always been full of surprises. What did you take away from yesterday, and now coming in with the return of John Means?
I mean, yesterday was a crazy day in baseball, and as you said, especially in the American League East, we saw so many runs, so many home runs, so it's really hard to know what we're going to see for the rest of the year, but I'm really excited to see this game and how that leads to everything else.
Well, and there's going to be a lot of excitement going on for today. Some things you should know about the Game of the Week live on YouTube. It's on the YouTube channel globally, and it's free. There are over 3 million other fans who have already subscribed to it, and you can join in on the fun. Click that bell icon, and it will notify you prior to upcoming games. And, of course, YouTube TV customers, those games are streaming live in the MLB pop-up within your channel guide as well. But let's go ahead and take a look here, because the Rays have been making waves despite that small payroll, with some really big prospects coming up through their system. And what a splash those prospects have made in the month of May, to say the least. That was where they got the biggest jump in the AL East. You take a look at them the rest of the year outside of it, and they're still trying to climb back into that top spot.
Absolutely. The Rays have had a really weird season. I think a lot of teams have, but what we've really seen from them, it's been so exciting. As you said, calling up the #1 prospect in all of baseball, Wander Franco. You see here, these are scouting grades. 80 is the highest, as it says at the bottom there. That 80 hit tool grade, MLB.com has only given that out twice in the entire time they've been doing this. The other one was to Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who right now is in contention for a Triple Crown. He's so exciting. I'm so excited for a national and global stage to get to see him tonight. He is such an electric player. You saw there with the home run he hit in his first game.
And again, a look there at some of those resume nods that he's built up before his call up to Tampa Bay. 2018 Appalachian League Player of the Year, Futures Game selection in 19, the #1 overall prospect between the 2020 and 2021 season. And again, we got to talk to manager Kevin Cash earlier. Some more things we can discuss within the game, but he spoke to really this core of shortstops, but the Rays have an ability to move them anywhere around the field. You're going to see a little bit of that tonight, but for the Orioles, it's a little bit of a different story now. The middle infield has looked a little different this year. They've changed some things up, but it really comes down to a veteran presence for that Orioles staff, some guys who have come around to really have to lead a team, even though they're young as well.
Absolutely. And, you know, if you look at the Orioles, I think one thing that's really exciting about this team is just how many great moments they've had. So here's Ryan Mountcastle. He's building off a strong rookie campaign. He had a 3-homer game last month. You can see he was the 36th overall pick in 2015, second most RBIs on the team. Then, of course, John Means, who's coming back tonight, threw a no-hitter on May 5th at the Mariners. Ton of first pitch strikes, which is the theme, something we're going to be looking out for from him today. And that was just such a great moment. And Cedric Mullins has has been one of the best stories in baseball. We'll get to another one in a moment, but he's already got 2 5-hit games. Not a lot of guys have had 3 5-hit games in a season. You can see he's second in the American League in hits. And Trey Mancini is a great baseball story and just a great personal story. Coming back from cancer, missing all of last season, he's leading the team in home runs and RBIs. He looks exactly as he's always looked at the plate, which is outstanding to see, and he put on a great show in the Home Run Derby last week.
He certainly did. That is good. Take a look at all of these players for the Orioles that happen to all have last names that begin with an M. Getting a little funny there, but again, Mancini, Mullins, Mountcastle, and the ace John Means back today. Our own Alana Rizzo joined that first one. Trey Mancini, they're out at the Trop.
On March 12, 2020, Trey Mancini had a tumor removed from his colon. Then he began biweekly chemotherapy sessions to fight stage 3 cancer, and he ultimately beat it. A year later, Trey Mancini is having a good year for the Baltimore Orioles. And I asked him to reflect about the road that he has traveled to get to this point.
Most definitely. It seems like a lot longer than, than it has been, but at the same time, I'm so thankful to be here and to be playing baseball again, because I wasn't always sure that would be the case.
Yeah, pretty much a lock for the comeback player of the year in the American League. And I said this to you a couple of weeks ago. I didn't care what you did in the Home Run Derby, but you really put on a performance coming in as the runner-up to Pete Alonso, the eventual champion. What was that experience like for you?
It was incredible. I was so excited to be a part of it and happy to be out there, but I also wanted to perform well and show that I deserved to be in there. And, I didn't want to be seen as like a courtesy invite or anything like that. And I knew I could do well in it, and luckily I did. And it was just the most incredible experience. It was great having my family and friends there. And, it's a memory I'm always going to cherish.
You credit the Baltimore Orioles for getting ahead of the game and helping you get diagnosed with the colon cancer. How much can you appreciate the early diagnosis and what the medical staff did for you?
Yeah, they were absolutely incredible. It's tough to tell just by blood tests and things like that something's wrong, but luckily they were very proactive and got me a colonoscopy and endoscopy, and that's how we found out about it. So, I'm forever grateful and indebted to them for helping me out like they did.
Finally, for you, you guys are professionals, you're competitors. It's been an interesting season for the Orioles this year. What is it for you in the second half that you want?
This is a huge second half for us, and that's kind of what I've been telling the guys is the second half of this season is huge going into next year, carrying momentum, especially when you're going through a rebuild like we are. We've got a lot of guys on the team now that are going to be here for a while, so it's time for us to start putting wins together and things like that and winning close games, and we've gotten off to a great start in the second half. I've loved how we played the last 3 days, and I'm hoping we can continue to do that for the next couple months.
And guys, you heard Trey Mancini say that a lot of the guys on this team are going to be here next year. And if you remember, the last time the Baltimore Orioles really had a relevant season, that was back in 2016 when they lost that AL wildcard game to the Blue Jays. At that time, Baseball America ranked their farm system 27th out of the 30 clubs. Fast forward to 2021, they are now ranked 7th as far as their farm system is concerned. It's the highest ranking ever given to the Orioles by Baseball America. So they have that young core of talent that is going to be here next year, and it looks like they have more reinforcements coming. Much more ahead here on the YouTube Game of the Week. We're so excited to bring you the Baltimore Orioles and the Tampa Bay Rays lineups and first pitch coming up next.
Mullins cranks this one deep to center field. It's way back there, and that baby's gonna go. Cedric Mullins, a solo shot.
And there's his swing, and this ball is crushed on a line to right field. So it's a 2-homer game for Cedric Mullins. Mullins swings, drives it right field and deep. This one out of here. A leadoff home run for Cedric Mullins.
The pitch, this one's lined into center field. Comes Mullins, he dives, he saves a run.
1-2 pitch, sliced out to left center field. Mullins getting chased, runs over, he dives! Cedric the Entertainer, what an incredible catch! Breaking ball, hit in the air, deep right field. Biggio going back. Cedric Mullins immediately gives the fans something to cheer about. A swing and a high fly ball. Right field, is this one out? You better believe it! They want him on that top step.
Swings first ball, cracks it to deep right field. Grichuk going back. He's on the track. He's at the wall. We've said it before. We'll say it again. It's a home run for Cedric Mullins.
And again, welcome back out to MLB's Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by YouTube Shorts. It's going to be a fun one down at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida today. Middle game of a 3-game series. Orioles taking on the Rays. Let's go ahead and take on that Baltimore Orioles lineup presented by YouTube Shorts. Cedric Mullins back in the leadoff spot. Austin Hayes cleans up behind him. Trey Mancini, though, this man has been on fire. He's back at first base, batting third. Ryan Mountcastle, the cleanup hitter this evening. Anthony Santander sets in the middle spot. Ramon Urias bats sixth. Pedro Severino is behind the dish, batting seventh. Pat Valaika and Kelvin Gutierrez round out that lineup for the Orioles. They'll be facing off with lefty Shane McClanahan as he sets, and the first pitch to Cedric Mullins is a fastball fouled off at 7:10. We are underway.
All right, let's take a look at Shane McClanahan's here. So obviously, I'm really excited to see this velocity. I mean, he has one of the fastest average fastball velocities among all starters. But Melanie, you and I were talking before the game. Changeup might be the best pitch.
He was really proud of his changeup, and you know, we got to talk to some of the Rays broadcasters as well, and they said the changeup is good and well, but what they've really loved and they find most effective for him too is the slider. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how such a young kid can balance between loving the changeup but knowing what works best for him. He's got Cedric Mullins in an 0-2 count as he sends one in the dirt. Let's go ahead and take a look at what Shane McClanahan brings to the table. StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. And there we just discussed it, the slider, four-seam fastball curve, and the changeup coming in just around 10%. And Sarah, you talked about it, especially in a time when Tyler Glasnow is still on the IL. McClanahan looks like an absolute flamethrower compared to some of the other soft hurlers for the Rays.
Absolutely. I mean, the next highest average fastball velocity on this team is like 93.2 miles an hour for Michael Wacha among their current starters. So he's absolutely in his own class. And the fact that he is kind of in this almost ace role for them so early on in his career because of that Glasnow injury is just fascinating.
2-2, Mullins finds the gap up the right side. That's a leadoff base hit. Cedric Mullins had the day off yesterday because manager Brandon Hyde said he didn't get much of a break playing in the All-Star game. Well, a break did him some good.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is just what he does. He makes so much contact. He gets on base. You see it all the time. He gets so many hits. He's second in the American League in hits right now. So, you know, just so great to see from him.
Do you recall at any point recently where you saw really two hitters in Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Cedric Mullins going back and forth almost nightly for that hit lead, and then one of them would take a night off and you're going, oh no, they're going to lose that spot?
It's so much fun. And now David Fletcher is leading, and, you know, not to mention Michael Brantley is also up there when you're talking about actual batting average. It's really cool. I mean, people say that this is such an all or nothing game these days, and in certain ways it is, but we're also seeing a lot of really good contact and really good hitters, just pure hitters.
How big is that, though, too, to see that these aren't the same perennial names that baseball is used to every year? I think that speaks to the sport, that there are names coming out of the woodwork now. And as you said earlier today, we talked about it. You picked David Fletcher, and people kind of laughed at you, and you're getting the last laugh. It's just come about a couple years later.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, this is what's so great about baseball, and I really think it differentiates it from every other sport. The fact that Cedric Mullins can be second or now third in the American League in hits, I don't think you get that equivalent in the NBA, in the NFL. You don't get players coming out of the woodwork in quite the same way. And I think it's the long season, the fact that there are so many players that cycle through and so much more. But it's something I really love about this sport.
Well, McClanahan facing Austin Hayes, who reaches out a fastball at 97. Foul tips it into the glove. It's 0-2. Let's go ahead and take a look at the defense here as set up for the Rays. Again, Francisco Mejia is the battery mate for Shane McClanahan this evening. Mike Zunino still doing with some hip tightness. And around the base paths, you've got Ji-Man Choi, Vidal Brujan, Taylor Walls, Wander Franco. Kevin Kiermaier, you get a look at him there in center field, that gold glove that never really ceases to impress. Randy Arozarena and Brandon Lau at the corners. Austin Hayes with a big drive, but right at the track. Randy Arozarena has it. He'll chase Mullins back to first. And let's go ahead and take a look at the keys to the game, brought to you by YouTube Shorts. Sarah, what do you have for the Rays?
Absolutely. So taking a look at what I've got for the Rays, obviously we're talking about McClanahan bringing the heat. He's 4th in starters average fastball velocity, so seeing what he can do with that, and of course all of his other pitches. He gets a ton of swing and miss on every pitch that isn't his four-seamer, so just seeing how everything plays off each other. And then that sparkling outfield defense. I was going to say it when you were talking about the defense a moment ago, but they lead the majors in outs above average, which is StatCast defense metric, in outs above average from outfielders. They have 20 outs above average there, and that is something that we see day in, day out, and year in and year out from the Tampa Bay Rays. You were referring to Kevin Kiermaier, and the real question here is whether this offense shows up. So they've had some games recently, they scored 7 runs, so on and so forth, but they've been very inconsistent offensively. And if you look after May, we talked about how May was really good for them. They're 17th in weighted runs created plus, so they're just not generating consistent offense. And if they do that, usually with their pitching, they're able to win the game. So that's really the question, even though I know it sounds so simple.
It sounds simple in the grand scheme of things. It never is, especially in baseball. Trey Mancini has an 0-2 count, and again, the runner-up in the home run derby this year out in Denver. Beats cancer. 0-2 from McClanahan, and Mancini gets just a piece of it to stay alive. Let's go ahead and take a look at those total runs odds presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Over under 7.5 tonight. Now, they hit 7 last night, but again, two teams here who really have been just back and forth after the Rays had a dominant beginning 6 games to the season against Baltimore. Baltimore fought back last night.
I don't know if I'm expecting that much offense today. I mean, we've got 2 of the best pitchers on these teams, right? I'm not sure.
Mancini and McClanahan comes outside. That's ball 1. Again, Mancini, not only the story goes with him being able to beat cancer last year, he missed the 2020 season, but if you talk to anybody in the Orioles clubhouse, it just comes back to how much he was missed as a person. His presence, his ability to be a leader, but that personality that comes through regardless of if he was on the field or not. They're happy to have him. Pitch home, and he'll fight off McClanahan here again. But you take a look at what Mancini has been able to do, and this just goes back to how good of a player he is, including the story that he has now built for himself against left-handed pitchers. 30 RBI, and he's got his man Cedric Mullins aboard at first base right now. Orioles struck first in yesterday's ball game. They had a 2-run first inning. And he gets Mancini to chase it. Fastball up and away. First strikeout for Shane McClanahan, and 2 away.
And you saw 98 there, and the graphic showed us. I mean, that's what we should be expecting to see from McClanahan here, and those elevated fastballs. I mean, that's what we see these days, and they certainly work, and that's why we see them so much.
Now McClanahan looks in at Ryan Mountcastle, and again, Mountcastle and Mancini have really been a tandem designated hitter first base combo. He's batting .249 on the season, 51 RBI. He did move up into Orioles rankings fastest to 50. Mullins takes off on the pitch, and they tag him out. That's a 2-4. Cedric Mullins, a rare caught stealing. Shane McClanahan gets out of the first inning. And again, heads up play by Francisco Mejia, with a rare caught for Cedric Mullins. Plenty more bottom of the first when we come back. MLB Game of the Week on YouTube, presented by YouTube Shorts.
For the Tampa Bay Rays, it's going to be left-hander Rich Hill.
There's a cut and a miss fastball now in the 5th, and there's a slow breaking ball. Strike 3 call. And a big cut and a miss. He strikes out Olsen, and a cut and a miss. Little cutter there, and he strikes out Chapman. 10 strikeouts on the night for Hill. And a chopper grabbed by Hill, and he's going to bounce that ball over to first from the seat of his pants. Rich Hill all set to go to work, and a cut and miss. And a wave and a miss at the curveball.
Great adjustment made by Hill. You know, his curveball gets a lot of sweeping action as well as depth. So he made the adjustment, started it off a little bit closer to Mullins, and was able to get the swing.
And he's overpowered. 90 up. And a cut to miss. He goes back up with 90 and strikes out the side. And there's a wave and miss. It's Mondesi dropped down a bit right there. Strikeout number 13.
It has been impressive what he has been doing here tonight.
Leading off for the home team, left fielder number 56, Randy Arozarena.
And welcome back out. Orioles down in St. Petersburg taking on the Tampa Bay Rays. Let's look at that Rays lineup presented by YouTube Shorts. Randy Arozarena moves into the leadoff spot. There was a lineup change earlier today. Vidal Brujan, second baseman, batting second. Designated hitter Austin Meadows is third. Wander Franco, that #1 prospect, the cleanup man this evening. Brandon Lau bats behind him. The catcher is Francisco Mejia, as you just saw a moment ago. Ji-Man Choi, first baseman, will bat seventh. Taylor Walls, the shortstop, is batting eighth. And Kevin Kiermaier, again, that Gold Glove center fielder, rounds out 1 through 9 for the Rays. They'll face John Means. This is his first start back off the IL. Arozarena attacking first pitch from Means. He fouls it off. And take a look at those numbers.
He's been so good. I mean, obviously we haven't seen him pitch since June 5th, and those last few starts right before the injury were not quite as good, but this is the team's ace. I mean, he's just absolute breakout candidate over the last 2 years.
Means comes inside to Arozarena, and the key really for Means was discovering that he didn't need to throw gas the way that McClanahan does. It's just not what he does. He is built to be a traditional pitcher who really works on that commanding location. As Arozarena gets a hold of a breaking ball from Means, this one drills into that left field spot. Austin Hayes on the retrieval. Arozarena rounding out as he heads in for second. And it's a stand-up double. Randy Arozarena, he gets the Rays started in a big way in the first. Reading that changeup that Means has prided himself on.
And Arozarena has kind of struggled against non-fastballs this year, so it's interesting to see him jump on this. I mean, I was going to mention that at some point, but here he is, getting hit off that.
He's already just putting it into play for you. 310 off of fastballs, 189 off of non-fastballs.
And 110.5 miles an hour off the bat on that one. From an 83-mile-an-hour pitch, I mean.
It's a little smoked.
Just a bit.
Fastball up and into Vidal Brujan, switch hitter for the Rays, and again a series of shortstops, but are all very, very capable of playing anywhere around, pretty much on the field, wherever you want to put them. Kevin Cash has spoken highly of their player development program and just how flexible they've been. John Means delivers a fastball. It's elevated out into foul territory. Kelvin Gutierrez comes out in front of the dugout. It'll land instead in front of his teammates.
And, you know, to the point of the player development program, it's amazing that a team can call up Wander Franco and still have more exciting prospects to come. You saw his prospect ranking number 33, according to MLB.com, entering this year. And it's just really amazing the collection of players they've put together just through the farm system and through all of that player development.
You know, I think the scariest comment was seeing how consistent the Rays have built themselves and hearing from people within the organization, yeah, we're good at the big leagues now, but the talent in AAA Durham is better, and it just kind of knocks you back a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just such an exciting group.
John Means, and it's a pitch driven out to left field. Austin Hayes, it'll split the defense. Randy Arozarena, helmet off. He's flying in for home. The throw is short. And the Rays jump out a 1-0 lead off of Vidal Brujan RBI. He trades places with Randy Arozarena. It's 1-0 Tampa Bay.
Means maybe not quite as sharp, not getting ahead of hitter. I mean, it's been 2 hitters, but not getting ahead of hitters quite the way we might expect thus far. Maybe it's the rust coming back, something.
And again, you see the read right here from Randy Arozarena. He's charging in, sliding in. He's making sure this time. Yesterday, he went face first. You can see it a little bit there. He actually slid through the dirt. He lost some skin right under his nose. So he flips the slide this time, kind of protecting himself. Austin Meadows, he stares at a fastball strike from John Means. And again, as you mentioned, Sarah, John Means not going to be as sharp tonight. And we asked Brandon Hyde, were there hard limits for Means? And he said, look, at the end of the day, you can have a million minor league rehab appearances. Means had 3, but it's always going to be different when you finally get back into the bigs.
Absolutely. And, you know, he also mentioned that, you know, no hard limits, but he's definitely going to keep an eye on, especially innings with traffic, and certainly seeing that right off the bat here. So you do wonder how this affects what we're going to see and how much of John Means we're going to see today.
He hadn't been too happy with his fastball through his rehab appearances. He spoke to a couple of reporters. As Meadows reads a fastball, drive into center field, Cedric Mullins heading back to the track, overhead catch. Cedric Mullins, what can't he do? But now the throw goes over the tip of the glove. And the Rays get Vidal Brujan to advance regardless. And you can see Cedric Mullins a little irritated on the play there after he had absolutely charged out to make that catch.
Well, great catch by Mullins, and, you know, all of the best outfielders in terms of outs above average pretty much are in this game in the American League, because it's all of those Rays and then Cedric Mullins. But, you know, something that the Rays do very well is taking extra bases and those little things in defense and all of that base running. So you see some of that here. You know, I think that's a very, Brian Kenny would be glad to see this extra base taken. I'm thinking of him. So.
Brujan with an excellent read, and again preaching to pay attention to the small stuff. A runner at third and 1 out, coming home to Wander Franco, and he was such a highly anticipated prospect, rated #1 overall. Sarah, I had to laugh because the video of him arriving at the park, I think it was in a Rolls Royce, just this grandeur. It was like Big Papi was wheeling himself into the ballpark, but he's deserved it.
Absolutely. And
he's got a fastball, and it's a drive right to Anthony Santander. The cannon flashes to home. The play at the plate is not in time. Vidal Brujan the wheels. It's 2-0 Rays.
Well, this is definitely not the best case scenario of what Brandon Hyde or the Orioles fans wanted to see from John Means. But, you know, hopefully he can settle down a little bit here. Only 11 pitches so far. Not great to see 2 runs on the board, but again, we were expecting some sort of rustiness, even though he was okay in those minor league rehab starts.
And again, with Matt Harvey and Spencer Watkins each delivering 6-inning performances, it's a fresh bullpen, which had been an oddity for a while for Baltimore. So Means does have some support behind him as he tips an off-speed over the catcher's glove. Ball 1. Brandon Lau, who has been picking things up lately, batting just .211. But he has got a career-high 21 home runs this year.
He's really been hitting better lately. We asked Brandon Hyde about, we asked Kevin Cash about that. And he said that he's not really seeing anything different, that really what the difference has been is just making better contact on the swings he's been taking. And, you know, I didn't get a chance to really dig into the StatCast to see if there's anything else in there, but it is interesting that maybe he just needed to stay with his approach, and it's finally starting to pay off for him again.
A lot of interconnections here between these two teams. Lau, a product of the University of Maryland. He's a former Terp. He takes a fastball strike, and Means works back into the count. Take a look at his numbers here. And again, that first 53, last 33 splits. And as you said, Sarah, I mean, just really finding a way to get locked in and coming into more of himself.
And it's interesting because that first 53 includes that great May, right? That includes the time when the team was playing pretty well, and he wasn't necessarily the driving force offensively there, whereas those last 33, whatever it was, is certainly much more recently, as they haven't been playing quite as well. So, you know, I think that he's a player they can really use to steady this offense, especially with Austin Meadows, and potentially...
He reads a fastball here. Mullins plays it off the wall on a hop. Lau comes in with a stand-up double, and it has been an extra base parade for the Rays here in the first.
That is a 400-plus foot double. well hit for sure, 105.6 miles an hour off the bat. We've already had 4 hard hit balls off of John Means, so I think in looking to see whether he's fully back, that's something else we can assess. He's not usually giving up this kind of hard contact. That's something that he's really changed this year, was giving up a lot less hard contact, but not the case so far in this first inning.
Well, and you had mentioned as well those first pitch strikes. 3 out of 5 batters thus far have had a first pitch strike from Means.
Absolutely. Not, you know, his normal rate, 73% or so. There's another one. But.
He attacks first pitch on a curve from Means, and it's right into the glove of Anthony Santander. 2-0 Rays after the first. Plenty more when we come back. MLB's Game of the Week on YouTube by YouTube Shorts.
Ryan Mountcastle playing first base today. This one into right field. This will get down, a fair ball and kick away from Arozarena, a long way away. Austin Hayes is in.
Austin Hayes, top side of the lineup. In the center field, that's Kiermaier closing, and he got it! Kiermaier reaching down on the turf with a little slide.
Valaika into center field. This will get down to base hit, score at least one. Here comes Urias, and he is in. Valaika to second base behind the play. It's a 2-run single. Just his second multi-RBI game of 2021, and he might score here on the Gutierrez single. Arozarena's throw is not there. Orioles 8 hits, 7 singles. This is into right field for Hayes. That is a fair ball, and the Orioles are going to add another one.
Nobody warming in the Orioles bullpen. Watkins still in great shape.
And a fastball got him looking. Strikeout number 6. And Watkins is through 6 innings of 1-run ball against the defending American League champs.
Well, we would be remiss not to give a tip of the cap to the women who have come before us, with Gail, Robin, Leslie Visser, and so many just absolute pillars in the community. You cannot overlook Andrea Kramer as well. We got to discuss her Thursday night appearance with Hannah Storm earlier today. And Susan Waldman, an absolute face across Major League Baseball. Jessica Mendoza, currently out in Tokyo getting ready to cover the Olympics. And for all of the women who are out there covering the game for us, that opened up the door for myself, Sarah, and Alana, guys, I mean, just really an awesome day.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just been so great to be part of this. So great to hear all of the energy that we've all gotten. So many positive vibes. And the great thing is, and you've said it a million times, this isn't the last. We're starting it, and this is where we go from here.
And Alana, for you.
I think the biggest I just think the biggest thing, Melanie, is that we were the 5 that were lucky enough to be chosen to do this broadcast, but there are so many more women that have been doing what we're doing in this industry for such a long time, and there's so many accomplished women that have the resumes that could absolutely do this broadcast. Very happy to be a part of it. We recognize the moment, but above all, it's baseball, and we are certainly happy to be giving this broadcast to the audience.
I think you said it best. By the end of the day, you get the first pitch, and it's a baseball game. And this is something that we've all absolutely loved getting to pursue in our careers, and recognizing that that hasn't always been the case for others. And hopefully this is the beginning of that change, where that's really not a stigma that has to be discussed too much longer.
And I also think that if we can change the mind or open up an opportunity for a young lady or any young person out there, whether it's a certain gender or race or creed or religion or sexual orientation, if we can show them that it is possible, then we've done our job.
I could not agree more. Shane McClanahan picks up a strikeout of Ryan Mountcastle, blistering 99.
Absolutely, and that's what we're going to see from him, especially with him being on. And Mountcastle's an interesting one, swinging another pitch kind of outside the zone. We've seen him get some hits there, but not today, not right now.
How different is it, in your opinion, Sarah? We talk about bullpen setups all the time, and you put one arm and then a very different arm in, usually after him, as McClanahan delivers to Anthony Santander, swinging. First pitch, drive out to right field. Brandon Lau back, he leaps. He's not going to come up with this one. Santander rounds first. He's heading in for second, and the Orioles with a double of their own. Extra base hit, Anthony Santander. He was hitless in last night's game. And the second knock of the ball game for the Orioles as they're trying to come up from that 2-0 deficit.
Talked about the outfield defense, and now we're seeing some baseballs flying over some outfielders' heads. Pretty funny. Not that this was necessarily catchable, but just a funny storyline already.
And Santander has been coming into form. He had a bad ankle for a while that affected his batting stance, affected his speed. And if you had any questions, it's on display in every sense of it right there. Up is Ramon Urias. And a fastball strike. But Sarah, again, you stack bullpen relievers against each other when they come into the game so that they are different, so the batters are thrown off. How is it, though, when you see starters that are so different, from a Ryan Yarbrough, who is a very soft tosser, to a Shane McClanahan? You know the teams get the reads, they get the books, but it's still different to adjust on that day-to-day.
Absolutely, and I think that's another reason that this Rays pitching staff is so successful. Obviously, the bullpen stuff, as you're alluding to, but the difference in their starters, and we were alluding to this before, so there's Michael Wacha with the second fastest average fastball velocity. This is with Tyler Glasnow out, obviously, but that's a huge difference. And from day to day, preparing for that, just not easy.
Urias rolls one on the ground, toss across to Ji-Man Choi. They'll hold Santander at second. As Urias retired, 2 down, Orioles trying to answer Tampa Bay early after the Rays jumped out against John Means, and again his first start back. And in comes birthday boy Pedro Severino. A couple words to Francisco Mejia. Severino 0 for 4 yesterday, but again somebody who we got to discuss with the staff earlier today just about how he as well has come into form after being a catcher for the established national starters, where you've got Strasburg and Scherzer. They're going to tell you what to throw. Severino had to learn how to command young pitchers and tell them what to throw.
Absolutely, and that's not easy. I mean, it's such a different job depending on that tenure of the pitching staff and exactly who you're dealing with, and especially with Means having been out for more than a month now, that really changed the character of exactly who was in this Orioles rotation.
Breaking ball that gets underneath Mejia. Santander advances.
But it's interesting because, you know, Brandon Hyde was saying how Severino's defense also has not been great, but he's hit a little bit better lately, and he was kind of connecting the two, that his offense wasn't great when his defense wasn't great, and kind of putting it all together at once, even though those are completely different skills.
Francisco Mejia, again, coming in behind Mike Zunino while he's still out. He tweaked his hip a little bit trying to run out a ground ball yesterday. Severino smacks the ball, line drive into left field, base hit. Santander scores easily. Orioles answer. They've cut the lead 2-1 in the second.
Guess I should take back my comment about a low-scoring game, right?
Those odds makers heard what you were saying.
That's exactly what must have happened here. But I love that, especially on the birthday. Big on birthdays, so glad to see a birthday boy RBI for sure.
You take a look at that slider and just the read that Severino had on it. A little up in the zone for usually what McClanahan will try to do, especially against righties. But again, a good read, and you see that no days off chain around his neck. Pat Valaika in, and a fastball comes low. Valaika doesn't take ball one. Valaika was very candid last night after he had broken an 0 for 16 skid, and he said, I'm not going to lie to you, it's a hard season, it's a challenging season. He dealt with the loss of his father-in-law not too long ago. He's dedicated the season to him, and a guy who has been an absolute utility man for the Orioles. (2-1) Tampa Bay in the second. As you said, Sarah, they're trying to put those runs on against you right now.
They absolutely are, but I think this is interesting. I mean, you know, with McClanahan, there definitely is that element, as I was kind of referring to before. He's a young pitcher who's in maybe more responsibility of a role other than just the day-to-day, the fact that he is a pitcher, because of Tyler Glasnow's injury. So it is interesting to see him dealing with this. You know, we'll see how deep he goes into this game, and this is just that type of adversity that really defines who you're going to be. I know he's only allowed a run here, but I think that you expect a veteran pitcher to battle back in this inning differently than a rookie like he is. So we'll see where he ends up on that.
They've been impressed with McClanahan so far. A slew of 4-inning performances. He's finally started to stretch those 5 and 6. A couple up there so far. But he said last year at the alternate site, it was like playing in an all-star game every day against Rays batters, and that really helped him get ready for this year, basically.
Absolutely, and that's that great farm system that you were referring to. But it's really interesting with him. I mean, it's just a historical note, but he made his major league debut in the playoffs last year. And we saw a couple of guys do that, specifically last postseason. It only happened 3 times before last year, but with no minor leagues, it was a different kind of setup. But really interesting to just think about that mindset.
It is, and it's one that you wish you could crack open and really read for yourself here as Valaika draws a walk. Will advance Severino to second base, so the Orioles cooking here with 2 outs in the 2nd inning. We're going to take a pause here for a mound visit. And again, McClanahan having to step up after Charlie Morton's option was not exercised. They dealt Blake Snell to San Diego, and Tyler Glasnow is still working back off of the injured list. It's fallen on some rookies, but some rookies have absolutely stepped up to the cause. And look there at manager Kevin Cash. And he has absolutely earned that coin of being a player's manager, a guy that they absolutely rally around. Of course, he became famous last year talking about his guys in the stable who all throw 98. They have been in the hunt for the postseason more often than not with Cash. First pitch to Kelvin Gutierrez, and it's a strike. This is the only batter in the Orioles lineup who has any prior time seeing Shane McClanahan, and that, of course, was before he had become a part of the Orioles organization over from Kansas City.
That's fascinating. I really, you know, that's another interesting wild card with facing a guy who is a rookie like this and has such little experience overall. So, you know, I'm not sure what he might have taken away from that, because again, you step in there, it's 98-99. It's not easy to take a lot back from that. So let's see.
Well, when a pitch comes in, Gutierrez will argue that it hit his cleat, and he in fact wins the argument. So a single walk and a hit by pitch. It's bases loaded for Shane McClanahan with 2 outs in the 2nd. That's not going to feel good for anybody there. Not only did it skim the top of Gutierrez's foot, that ricocheted off of Mejia's mask.
Cedric Mullins pretty good in his career with the bases loaded. 385. We're not talking about a whole lot of plate appearances, but 385 in 14 plate appearances, we'll take it. So pretty good average.
He takes after an off speed, and Alana, we heard that you got the scoop on Glasnow earlier today.
Well, earlier when I was here, Melanie, Tyler Glasnow was throwing up against an L screen during the pregame routine, and I talked to Kevin Cash about it in terms of when he's going to come back, and he said that there's still no definitive time. It looks like the end of the month to get him throwing off of the mound. The good thing is he doesn't have any symptoms. The inflammation is down, and I asked him, I said, do you have to save Tyler from himself? Because when Tyler was walking by me, I said, you ready to go? He's like, I wish I could be out there tonight. And Kevin Cash laughed. He said, I wish he could be out there tonight as well. He said, but he does appreciate the honesty that Tyler told him when he was suffering the issue in the outing against the White Sox. So they're being very cautious with their ace, obviously, but they certainly do miss him.
It seems to be a little bit on the opposite there as you look at this pitch here into Cedric Mullins. But the word with Jacob deGrom is how he always tries to hide his injuries. Glasnow has been very transparent. 1-2, and McClanahan outside at 99. Mullins has evened the count. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Orioles trailing by a run. And again, Mullins had the day off from yesterday's game as manager Brandon Hyde just trying to make up for the fact that he didn't have an all-star break. The horror.
You know what? He got a pretty good thing instead, getting to go to the all-star game.
Oh, he absolutely did. He stays alive, fouling off the offering from McClanahan. Take a look here, the reason why he started to really excel This is his career as a against left-handed pitchers. 311 average, and prior to that you can just see the numbers were absolutely plummeting. And of course he switched this year to being left-handed only. He was no longer a switch hitter, so those are all numbers from the right side prior. 2-2, he gets Mullins to chase an elevated fastball. McClanahan is living on it. Orioles cut the lead in half, but it'll be up to John Means to hold it down as his rehab continues. You're watching Orioles and Rays on YouTube by YouTube Shorts.
The 2-0. Mancini swings, grounds it past the dive of Devers.
Nice turn for Trey, his first hit since September 2019.
Here's Trey Mancini. He swings and drives one deep right center field. Hernandez back, goodbye! And Oriole Park at Camden Yards is going bananas on Mancini's first home run of the year. It comes in front of the home faithful. 1-1 pitch, that's cracked to center field. It sends Lagares back. Adios! Trey Mancini sends it onto the berm beyond the center field wall.
Now the pitch, swing, fly ball, rocketed to deep left center. Oh, this is way back and way gone. Caught on the fly in the Orioles bullpen. An absolute crusher from Trey Mancini. His 8th home run of the season, and the Orioles are loudly into the lead. 1-0 in the first. Third base side comes home, and Trey hits a fly ball deep into center. Kiermaier at the wall. It is gone! Trey Mancini to the base of the batter's eye. 431 feet. 6-3 Birds in the 5th.
Well, take a look here at some breakout performers taking over Major League Baseball. David Fletcher, Adam Frazier, Adolis Garcia, and Cedric Mullins. All hanging out there and having a blast. You take a look at those 111, 118 respective league hits leaders in Fletcher and Frazier, but Garcia and Mullins are not far behind them. That leads us to our fan poll. The first of this evening, YouTube's fan poll. Who is your offensive breakout player of the year? Fletcher, Garcia, Frazier, or Mullins? I'm not allowed to vote, so everybody else has got to put in what they have got going on in their heads right now when it comes to Major League Baseball. Having some really cool players, again, step up in a big way this year. As John Means comes home, a first pitch strike to Ji-Man Choi.
And that's what, you know, if he can start getting back to those, it's only 2 runs. He can still put together a good start here and get into that 80 pitch range or wherever he might end up.
Again, he had reached about 70 pitches with AAA Norfolk, his last rehab appearance. Took him 113 for his complete game no-hit performance against the Mariners. Choi swings and pops this one up out past third base. Gutierrez and Severino. It's Gutierrez with the pop-up catch. And let's go ahead and take a look at the Orioles' keys to the game against the Rays here this evening, presented by YouTube Shorts. Sarah, what you got?
So a lot of these are going to be about John Means, that first pitch strike. So as I mentioned, he leads all starting pitchers in first pitch strike rate. We've seen a handful today, but maybe not at his normal rate. So we'll see if he can get back into that. And the next question is just how much length are they going to get from him? We know that the Orioles have the 5th worst bullpen ERA. Their bullpen has been pretty taxed, but not lately, not in those last 2 games, as you were mentioning before. So we'll see if that can actually, you know, if he can go deep enough for them, and contributions up and down the order. So during this 3-game winning streak, 11 different Orioles players have at least 1 RBI. Nobody has more than 4, so it's really been a team effort. So interested to see if that can continue.
You know, you do good work when there's nothing else to add to that, Sarah. Just so spot on. Taylor Walls, we've talked about shortstop prospects. This is another one for the Rays as he goes after the offering from Means and falls behind 1 and 2. The switch hitter, a little bit of an 0 for 8 right now, but again, rookies, hey, they've got to have time to really find their feet. He is still batting .224. He's already gotten that first big league homer out of the way as well.
And when the Rays went and traded Willy Adames, it was Taylor Walls who they called up in his place. Everyone was expecting, oh, it's Wander Franco time. This was in May. It wasn't quite yet Wander Franco time. Instead, it was Taylor Walls time. And everybody who covers prospects, you know, people who really know that, were saying, hey, don't be disappointed that it's not Wander Franco yet. Taylor Walls is a really fun prospect, too. So it's great to see that he's still up with the team and getting a chance to contribute.
John Means picks up a big strikeout of Taylor Walls, his first back in the big leagues, and he's got the first two he's seen here in the second retired. Beautiful breaking ball, gets Walls chasing after a slider. And for Means, really mixing in that fastball, change, curve, and slider. He gets Kiermaier after the first pitch. And yet again, all three batters he's faced here in the second. That's a first pitch strike.
And we've even got the pitch sequence up there for you. I love this. This has started being on a lot of broadcasts. Definitely national ones, maybe some local as well. I haven't quite noticed, but I love that we can see this and keep track of this, because you and I are here trying to write things down and keep track of things. But I love that you can be sitting at home and see not just what the pitch type was, but also the velo. And if you're trying to learn how to pick those kinds of things up, which I think people try to do off of broadcast, this gives you a chance to match what you're seeing to what the answer is, you know?
It's one of those two, and I've always given you so much credit because you bring those really far developed numbers and you make them tangible for anybody, even if they're a newcomer to the game. But I think of all the new things we've introduced, this is one of the easiest to grasp, as Kiermaier sends a ball for a ride out to right field. It's a 1-2-3. Anthony Santander with the catch. John Means is clean. 2-1 Tampa. Will be back with the third here right on YouTube.
And a long one. High and deep and out of here. Home run for Austin Meadows. And the Rays grab the lead. Now Boston with a run at the top of the inning, and one swing of the bat from Meadows gives the Rays a 2-1 lead.
That was me getting here.
There's a liner, and it's going to be caught by Meadows in left field. Nicely done. Meadows coming in a little bit to his right and goes down and grabs that one to retire Hedges. Oh, there's a shot. Well tagged into right, and that baby is going to get out of here. Home run for Austin Meadows, and the Rays grab a 2-0 lead here in the first inning. Meadows' 15th home run of the year. That will give him an even 50 runs batted in. That's a shot toward right center. That has some carry, and that's going to go. Home run for Austin Meadows. Meadows stays hot and lines it out of here.
Austin Hayes.
It's like kind of hard to see. He like really hides it good.
Oh boy, it's heavy.
Hey, that's one. Let's go. Keep going. Keep it going. Let's go.
Hot mic, hot mic, hot mic.
Austin Hayes playing around with Anthony Santander, Agua Blanca, Tony Taters. And he got some good advice before that at-bat that worked out really well for him, it seems like. Maybe we should give some credit to Austin Hayes for his hitting coach here.
That's one of the things I love about when we mic up players is we learn who those in-dugout coaches are, right? You find out about those moments. I love this.
Well, it's the hitting coach now at the plate, Austin Hayes. He takes a strike from Shane McClanahan. McClanahan again gave up the leadoff hit to Cedric Mullins in the first, settled down, ran into it though a little bit with the Orioles in the second. Got out of a bases loaded jam. Working off speed to Hayes. He puts him back in an 0-2 count. And just as Hayes gave Some advice to Santander about McClanahan. He took some advice from Cedric Mullins as well. Hayes was on an injured list earlier this year very briefly, and when he came back, just couldn't really get in the groove. Cedric told him, hey, slow down when you walk up to the plate. Slow down the game for yourself. Hayes takes another foul ball off McClanahan here.
That seems like great advice for anything, but certainly in baseball. I mean, I think that a lot of times when you have a prospect or any player sort of finding their way, that's often what you hear. I heard something the other day. You know what? I think it was Kevin Cash told us that that's what Vlad Jr. did, right? When he was, how he has gotten to the point he is now, that he's a Triple Crown contender after his first 2 years, maybe not quite at the same top prospect level.
Hayes calls time, and he'll take a sweep of dirt in between his hands. He does not bat with batting gloves. He and Joey Wendell are 2 of 11 players who don't. Hayes, when he was a little leaguer, he ripped through gloves so often, he told his mom, stop spending your money. And he learned how to bat without them as a fastball sails in high. I mean, what a great kid. Hey, Mom, I'm tearing up my gloves, so I'm just not going to do it.
I love that. How many little kids have that kind of foresight, help the parents out, right? And it is cool. I mean, we don't see many guys do that these days, as you mentioned, with the 11.
1-2 from McClanahan, and Hayes rips a breaking ball foul. Coming up in the bottom of the 3rd inning, Rays pitcher Rich Hill. He's going to join us live during this game. Very interesting to see what the vet has to say about his Tampa club this year. 1-2, Hayes gets a hold of it, but it's a sharp bounce to Choi. He can't regain, he throws to McClanahan, and it's not in time. Hayes beats it out. Choi got pretzeled between himself trying to come up with a sharp shot from Hayes. Take a look, a sharp bounce there, just pinballing around between his legs. And McClanahan trying to come over, and the team effort to beat Hayes, and that is a bang-bang foot race.
I'm staring at my computer waiting to tell you the sprint speed. First thing I think when I see a play like that.
Hayes is known for the speed. Orioles have several with some pretty good feet underneath them.
28.3 feet per second.
I'm tired already.
27 is major league average, so everybody knows what we're dealing with. 30 is the really elite, but I would say once you get above that 27, I'm starting to be impressed by the number, especially on a big play like that.
Trey Mancini stands in. Let's take another look here as Austin Hayes flashing the dad speed. And McClanahan coming off the wrong end. And just a late break coming in to back up Ji-Man Choi on the play. And again, Ji-Man Choi was a late addition to the roster today. Yandy Diaz was originally the first baseman this evening, but he was scratched with neck spasms. So Ji-Man Choi stands in instead.
Ji-Man Choi is such a fun player. I know he's not batting right now, but he hit a home run last year batting from the opposite side. He basically became the first guy to take as many plate appearances from one side and then do that from the other side. I mean, these are the fun things in baseball for me.
And I'll never forget, there's been several moments that he's had with the Rays. It's no longer just this one, but the walk-off situations for the Rays, the big offensive outbursts, and the joy that he just emulates from his entire body. I mean, you can't not smile when you look at it, whether it's a replay or a still photo. He really loves being a part of this club.
Absolutely. And, you know, I'm thinking of Brett Phillips, too. I mean, this team has a ton. For all that they do with scouting and player development, they seem to have also really perfected acquiring that joy as well. And that's not a quantifiable thing. That's not a stat or something you can chart. But they have a ton of that. And that's why it's been so fun to see them in postseason situations lately.
1-1. Mancini finds the gap. He drills this one into right field. Base hit. Hayes holds up at second. And the Orioles finding answers off Shane McClanahan again here in the 3rd.
101 miles an hour off the bat here, just some good contact. Anything 95 plus is going to be hard hit, as we would say, and we've seen a handful of those from both sides already today.
Hayes gets just behind that drive into right. Hayes reaches on an E3 Mancini singles, and it's runners on first and second, nobody out for Ryan Mountcastle. Mountcastle took home June honors in his rookie category, and it was pretty hard to argue against him compared to anybody else, and that's despite some other American League rookies having some pretty big outbursts, but he really found a groove. And manager Brandon Hyde again said, you know, this was a kid who tore up the league in a shortened 2020, and at that point the book had come out. He had to figure out how to get the book back.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny because we had Adolis Garcia on our poll question earlier, and he had an amazing May. And then Ryan Mountcastle had a great June. So we've had these rookies having these really, really hot months all together. It'll be interesting to see who is considered, you know, that rookie of the year at the end of the season.
He's got an 0-2. McClanahan comes home and he rings him up. Back-to-back strikeouts of Ryan Mountcastle.
And I mentioned before, I mean, he gets a lot of hits on out-of-zone pitches, but that also means he's chasing a lot. He's swinging at a lot of out-of-zone pitches, and we see it here again. So, you know, getting the hits on those is really impressive, but maybe a couple too many swings there.
He went after an elevated fastball at 99 in the second. There, a changeup low. Still trying to reel in that chase. Santander doubled to get things started for the Orioles in the second, but now he free swings. Breaking ball from McClanahan, 0-1. Santander really pushed himself into presence with the Orioles last season before he ultimately got sidelined for the final dozen or so games. And he's been trying to find that groove again this year. He twisted his ankle pretty badly, and he really lost a lot of his rhythm even after he had been reactivated again. He just didn't trust it as much, and in fact we saw that firsthand the last time these two teams faced off in St. Petersburg. Santander, as you know, the bullpens are one of the few parks where they're still out on the field. He laid off of a ball well within his reach because he didn't want to go on that uneven ground where the mound was.
Which is really interesting because you and I talked on Masson last year about his defense specifically, a couple of plays that he had made. So it's interesting to see. I mean, it makes sense when you're hurting otherwise that those parts of your game especially might be a little bit hampered.
He's got a 1-2 count, 2 men on. The Orioles trailing by 1 in the third. McClanahan, that 57th pitch, and it falls outside. Count evens for Santander. And the Rays were within a half a game. So close to being able to push back against the top spot Boston Red Sox. Boston, their game reportedly has been postponed this evening against the Toronto Buffalo Club. 2-2, Santander swings, but it's a roll right to Taylor Walls to second and first. 6-4-3 double play rolls up the Orioles, and McClanahan gets out of it again. Bottom of the third, and John Means when we come back. Rays with a 2-1 lead.
Make fun of me with my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating. Lando Arcia. And hey, it was empty. No popcorn in there. How about that throw? Yeah, there's a 6-7 to it. No doubt. There's no doubt that that's what he was aiming for.
The 1-2. There's 6. There's 4. Low throw back to Goldie to the plate. And there's 3-2.
Yeah,
that's how you draw it up.
A good bounce to Goldschmidt, and it is a double play the hard way.
over left, no way.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I said Barber
that
caught
is
ball.
awesome.
Everybody give him the fist.
Daniel Vogelback, who's on the injured list, sun's out, guns out, and he's got the pocket square, which I admire more than anything. And then Jason Schauger, our equipment manager for the Milwaukee Brewers. That's as fine as it gets, Rock, right there.
Uncle Sam, he wants you.
Graduate of Lakewood High School, he's in his 8th season as public address announcer for the San Diego Padres. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Alex Miniak. Leading off the bottom of the third for the Rays, the left fielder number 56.
Well, we've got the first results of the YouTube fan poll tonight. Your offensive breakout player of the year. How about you, Cedric Mullins, 43%. David Fletcher, though, he's right behind him. Adam Frazier and Adolis Garcia, all great selections. You can argue any of them, I'm sure. But we've got Rich Hill, and we're just wondering, who are you taking for your offensive breakout player of the year?
Of the year?
Of the year. The whole year. Well,
of
so
the
far.
year. Oh, the whole year so far. Oh, geez. Well, you know, I got to take one of our guys. I think you know, right now with the way a few of our guys are swinging the bat, it's been pretty good this year as a team as a whole. Can you take a team as a breakout offensive team? I'm going to take the Rays. Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll give you that one for now. So something that I've always loved hearing is, and Kevin Cash even said this about you, those 4 days between starts, you're a pretty fun Rich Hill. And then that 5th day, it's a different story. Can you tell us that in your own words?
Yeah, I'm an intense competitor, and I think over the course of my career, you know, that's been something that. Oh, there's a drive to center field. That's gone. Homer.
It's up, and Rich Hill calls it a home run. Randy Arozarena.
Wow. There's your breakout offensive player of the year right there, Randy Arozarena.
Expert
I think,
commentary.
you know, yeah. I think just the intensity over the course of understanding, you know, not sacrificing anything about who you are as a player when you go out there and step between the lines to compete, and that's something that, you know, you can be. You know, obviously a great person off of the field and cordial to everyone, but when you get between the lines, you want to have that instinct, that aggressive instinct, and that instinct of you know, doing anything to win. But, so that's just something that's developed over the years, and I think it's something that you know, I don't apologize for. You know, I certainly know there are some things that I can do better at, and I'm learning, you know, constantly every year that I get the opportunity to play this game at this level.
Brujan gets under an offering from Means, and it drops into Cedric Mullins' glove. This one within reach in center field, and Brujan retired.
You know, Rich, 17 years in the majors, obviously no small feat, but I'm curious, how does this team that you're on and this group of guys really compare, and how would you define them compared to the other teams you've been on?
Well, I think one thing you look back is last year and going to the World Series and that experience that they were able to have going to the World Series and what they gained in that experience and bringing into the 2021 season. I think that's something that has been extremely beneficial coming here into spring training and seeing that the goal for this team this year is to win the World Series. But how do we get there and the process of getting there, and having been on really great teams, fortunately, last few years in my career, has been able to kind of benefit a little bit here and seeing that, and seeing the drive, and seeing the you know, just the work ethic that the guys put in. You have a group of players here that I think, you know, we have guys that are going to be potential superstars. A lot of guys, though, are just, I mean, in my opinion, are just great baseball players. And I think if you watch our games, if you watch Rays baseball, you see a lot of consistent quality baseball, and that's what you're going to get on a nightly basis with pitchers throwing strikes, plays being made in the infield, you know, hitting that is timely. and being able to fly ball left field.
We're just going to give you the mic for the rest of the night, Rich. Austin Meadows drives it to left, and it's the other Austin Hayes who makes the pickup, and it's 2 out for the Rays. We've got
so I think that. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, we've got some comments here from the fans. Love it when players get to call homers for their teammates during interviews. That's from Dodger Films. Just you've already got your chops as your broadcaster underway.
Yeah. Well, you know, hopefully he gets to play a little while longer, but you never know. Ground ball to short.
Wander Franco grounds it over to the shortstop, Ramon Urias. And Rich Hill, thank you for your commentary.
All right,
we got plenty more to talk to you about.
Tonight.
Absolutely, Rich. Thank you so much. Rays on top, 3-1 over the Orioles. A big blast from Randy Arozarena is called by Rich Hill. Plenty more. We come back with the 4th MLB's Game of the Week on YouTube by YouTube Shorts.
A's down by a score of 12-2, and here comes Cust.
There's a shot. Jack Cust has a base hit, and that's run number 3 for the Athletics. Barton drives one to center, again deep, span at the wall, and it's gone. 12-5. High fly ball down the right field line, a long run for Cuddyer, and he dives, he can't get it. Cabrera with a double 2-run score.
Driven, deep right center field. It's at the wall. It's a grand slam.
Jack Cust hits one very high to center. Denard span. It's going to watch it go. A's lead.
Young is up a right-handed stick. 14-13 A's in the 9th. Now the 1-0 pitch. And it's in the dirt. It gets away from Suzuki. You can't find it. It's back to the screen. Around third. Cuddyer. Throw to the plate. The tag. Out at the plate. And the ball game is over. And the Twins can't believe it.
Rays with a 3-1 lead over the Orioles, thanks to a home run from Randy Arozarena. And guys, don't forget you can add to this unique viewing experience and check out YouTube's live game commentary featuring Major League Baseball, the Orioles, Rays, and a select group of YouTube creators. View live game commentary on your computer, mobile device, and smart TV. We're going to be keeping an eye on that discussion throughout the broadcast because it has certainly been an interesting one. By the way, the Rays and Orioles have been chirping back and forth at each other the entire night so far. So credit to whoever they've got on social who's in charge of the smack talk this evening. Ramon Urias, his second time seeing McClanahan. So he fouls off an offering here. Orioles drew a run in the second. Santander doubled and Pedro Severino singled to drive him home. But again, the Rays jumped out 2 runs in the first. And again, the blast to center field for Arozarena in the third. That was called by Rich Hill. And again, thanks to him for joining us and giving our voices a rest for a minute. Urias stares at a breaking ball strike from McClanahan, 1-2.
I love the instinct. I love when players have that instinct to call it, you know, because we see some of these interviews where they kind of don't know what to do or they just kind of continue with their point. And the fact that he kept going with his point afterwards.
He didn't lose track for even a minute as a fastball misses to Urias. That's impressive. That's a lot to balance at once. You're in the game. You've got all your buddies hanging out with you in the dugout. And then you're calling that man right there, sending a deep one right over all-star Cedric Mullins' reach.
418-foot home run.
Urias fouls off, and Alana, we know that you got to know Rich Hill very well. What were some of those experiences like for you?
Oh my goodness, I had the pleasure of covering Rich Hill in his time as a Los Angeles Dodger, and he is sneaky funny. And you're absolutely right when you talk about him being a jovial guy on the 4 days that he's not pitching. He's a completely different beast when he starts. And in fact, when he is in a park like this that has a dome, hopefully you bring your kids with earmuffs, because Rich Hill, Walker Buehler, and Tyler Glasnow could have a contest about how many F-bombs they actually drop on the air. Not intentionally, they're just competitors. But Rich Hill is a funny guy. He's a loving guy. He's the guy that is on the team charter, getting on the airline pilot's PA system and making everyone on the charter laugh.
Urias, and a ball that skips off of Bruhan's glove. Kevin Kiermaier comes in with the pickup. Orioles have been taking advantage of some miscues here for the Rays. Bruhan ranging out to his left and just off that top lip. Pedro Severino stands in. One run belongs to him. He tries to hold and does not successfully on a breaking ball offering from McClanahan, 0-1. So McClanahan battles 7 pitches against Urias. He's at 66, 67, takes a bounce, and again gets underneath Mejia. Urias up to second. It's been tough sledding for Mejia on some of the off-speed from McClanahan. That's 2 now in a row that have kind of taken that same ricochet underneath.
Definitely, and that gets into the question of playing every day. Mike Zunino is the everyday catcher here, and you do have to wonder how much this is kind of playing in. I think he knew Mejia when he got to the park today. He would probably be playing after Zunino was removed with injury yesterday, but could be something.
Severino takes a strike, 1-2, so Urias reaches on an E4. He advances to second on a wild pitch. A Rays defense that's usually extremely sharp. So far, it has not cost them yet. But the Orioles are definitely taking advantage. Pitching low, and that's a 2-2 count for Severino.
McClanahan seems to be, he didn't throw a lot of four-seamers in the 3rd inning, and he seems to be staying away a bit from the fastball this inning as well.
It's interesting too when you think about it, because you saw the hard throwers like Kopech, who came up and as a starter and ran into a lot of injuries, and now he's coming through the backside for the White Sox right now. But you also know that there is that focus on how much stress is going on to a pitcher's arm, especially when you are throwing that hard.
You do wonder about that. When he pitched in the postseason last year, he threw 100, and this season it's been a little bit lower, and you have to imagine that's to manage the workload and not get injured.
McClanahan grew up in Baltimore until the age of 5, as he comes home to Severino and fouls it off and stays alive. Grew up in a row home, and that's pretty traditional housing in the city of Baltimore. You can't really go anywhere without seeing them. There are all these homes really attached to each other. I guess the closest thing you could equate it to is a townhome. But he had Cal Ripken Jr. all over his wall. That was the man. That's who he loved. They were just a handful of minutes away from Oriole Park at Camden Yards, and he was asked, would it be weird to face the team that you grew up really loving? And he said, well, at the end of the day, this is my job now. He's got a full count, and he rings up Severino. McClanahan with a devastating breaking ball, but take a look at some of these storylines right now. The Dodgers trying to find that second title. They're 58-36, second in the very tight National League right now. Vlad Jr., he's got 78 RBI, pushing for the Triple Crown. Shohei Ohtani, how many homers can he actually hit this year? And Fernando Tatis Jr., he is lighting everybody up right now, not only with his plays, but as we've mentioned throughout the game, with that electricity you're starting to see from players. That leads us to our YouTube fan poll number 2. Which of these is most likely to happen at the end of the 2021 season? The Dodgers repeat. Ohtani hits 60. Guerrero Jr. reaches the Triple Crown, or Tatis Jr., does he go 40-40 on the season? Make sure you get those votes in. It's to Valaika. McClanahan comes inside, a 2-0 count. He fell behind to Valaika the last time these two faced off as well. Pat ultimately drew a walk.
I just want to say with the question, I love those things because a lot of those are not things we've seen in a while. I mean, we have not had a team go back-to-back as World Series champions since the Yankees at the end of the 90s and into 2000. It's the longest stretch in any major professional sport without a repeat champion. That's NBA, NHL, NFL. And we talk about 40-40 for Fernando Tatis Jr. Triple Crown. Miggy did it recently, but it's been a while. It's been 9 years. And of course, 60 home runs we haven't seen since 2001. So any one of those things would be really cool. And maybe they could all I guess probably the 60 and the Triple Crown won't happen at once.
You just want everybody to win.
I do. I really do.
Well, we've got somebody on the broadcast with us who's got some hardware that she gets to wear from time to time. I think that's a World Series ring for you, Alana.
Oh, yeah, I had a lot to do with it, too. I pitched incredibly well. I swung the bat incredibly well, and my defense was impeccable. I really called a good game as well. No, I was fortunate enough to be a very appreciative benefactor of the 2020 World Series ring from the Dodgers. I covered them the last 7 seasons. And, the one thing that the Dodgers have always had year in and year out is depth, not only in their pitching staff, but also in their outfield as well. And it's an interesting prospect when you think about the fact that it is so difficult to repeat as World Series champions. And for the first time, I kind of wonder how that pitching depth is going to play out over the course of the second half of the season. You have Clayton Kershaw, who's on the IL. We don't know what's going to happen with Trevor Bauer. You have Dustin May, who had Tommy John surgery. David Price goes in between the bullpen and the starting rotation. Tony Gonsolin is still making his way in the big leagues. So really you have 2 quality arms in Walker Buehler and Julio Urias for the Los Angeles Dodgers. So I know that Andrew Friedman and that tremendous front office will probably go after another starting pitcher, another arm, but you're still waiting to get Corey Seager back from the IL. Mookie Betts is dealing with a little bit of a hip issue. He's in and out of the lineup. Gavin Lux just went on the IL. Cody Bellinger still hasn't gotten things going offensively. So it is so difficult to repeat. It'll be interesting what the Dodgers do in terms of moves at the deadline.
Now, were you as surprised by pretty much everybody else to see what San Francisco has been doing this year? I mean, they are the definition of a dark horse this season.
I don't know that there's anybody outside of the Giants organization that would have thought that the San Francisco Giants were going to be first in the NL West pretty much wire to wire so far in this season. They are doing a tremendous job of playing for Gabe Kapler, and Farhan Zaidi, who came from the Los Angeles Dodgers, who's now the president of their baseball operations, had a conversation with myself and Mad Dog Chris Russo the other day about how this is really a year in which everything is just kind of paying dividends. They knew that they were kind of rebuilding, but what they're getting this year is probably more than they even thought they were getting. They have, of course, the young talent, but they also have the veteran players, and Buster Posey as well as Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford. They're playing as veteran players, but as if they were young again. And of course, Evan Longoria when he's healthy there at third base. So San Francisco's played incredibly well. It'll be interesting to see how it shapes up in that division.
I think that's just, it's spot on, Alana. It really is. But spot on here, Kelvin Gutierrez lifts one right into the glove of Brandon Lau in right field. McClanahan, first man on, no more since. Rays on top to the bottom of the 4th. We go on YouTube, presented by YouTube Shorts.
This is the story of Dan and Kevin Kiermaier, a story about siblings,
the rivalry,
and rivalries.
Oh, yeah. We loved each other, but we wanted to kick each other's butt each and every day.
We fought every day growing up, but, it turned out that we became best friends as we grew up.
Like many Midwestern children in the 90s, the Kiermaiers lived and died with Sammy Sosa and the Cubs. They first visited Wrigley during the historic summer of '98 and were hooked.
It might have been the Expos versus the Cubs, and it was like in late August, and I think Sammy Sosa hit his 41st or 42nd home run.
All these years later, Kevin is playing on those perfect big league ball fields, and Dan, as far as the Kiermaier family is concerned, he's now responsible for the most perfect field of all.
And look at him now being the head groundskeeper for the Chicago Cubs. Still is surreal for me to say that.
But the Kiermaiers do have one more dream. Someday, the 3-time Gold Glove winner would like a chance to lay out for a ball on a field perfectly prepared by his brother.
That would be, an amazing experience. That'd be a really cool moment for both of us,
Stretch ball, let's go! 104 at 24. You telling me I needed one more degree? One more degree? Come on.
Well, I know we mic'd up Rich Hill, but now we might have to have Brandon Lau. The two of them are just going to come take over and call a game. My goodness. He was all over the stats on that Arozarena home run as he swings first pitch from John Means. It's into shallow center field, drops in for a base hit as it splits the defense. And Lau, a 2-for-2 day, starts the fourth with a single. So let's take a look and see, according to StatCast, if Lau got those metrics correct. Powered by Google Cloud. Again, Arozarena lifts in 25 degrees, projected 418 feet.
He was so close. He said 104 at 24, a launch angle 25, 1 degree, we'll give it to you. And the exit velocity was 104.3. I think it must be on the scoreboard there, but I'm going to give him credit for guessing.
So he's got some insider advanced metrics readings.
That's so Rays, right? I mean, sometimes we attribute too much to the Rays where we say, oh, they know all of the metrics, but I mean, he put that on a platter.
Now they've trained players to read exit velocity off of pitches with their bare eyes. It makes sense. 1-0 and a drive into left field. Getting up, it's out. Francisco Mejia. Goodbye, baseball. A 2-run home run, and it's a 5-1 lead for the Rays. Mejia's 4th blast of the year.
And now I want to know if he can do that while he's on base for the home run, too. It's a whole different perspective.
That is the most runs Means has allowed this year, the 5 for Tampa Bay. And again, a changeup that leaks a little bit here, and Mejia gets a read. Two home runs for the Rays, a solo shot for Arozarena, and the 2-run for Mejia. First pitch to Ji-Man Choi, it's a strike, 0-1. And again, this is what we discussed, though, overall. This is a guy who's still coming back. He's been away since June 5th, which is a considerable amount of time, as now Choi loops a ball into shallow center field. And it's 3 straight hits for the Rays here in the 4th, as Choi finds a single. And John Means is somebody who expects the most of himself. He is probably the hardest on himself more than any other starter. He certainly carries that veteran presence. And he said, look, at the end of the day, if I give up a home run, it is what it is. But I want to know that I'm keeping my team in the ball game. And then you add to that, I want to know that I'm finishing 6, if not 7 innings for the club and saving that bullpen as well. But you would hope in this situation, too, the coaches have helped tempered a little bit of that and just said, look, if you're going to go out there, get back into it. We've got freshly rested arms that are going to be able to pick you up. But the important thing is you're back today, and they've found a way to target that lower shoulder pain that he had been having as the result of going to his changeup so much. He comes home with a strike to Taylor Walls.
It's interesting you say that about allow a home run, because I'm kind of surprised by this, but he's actually allowed multiple home runs. So he has 8 games this year where he's allowed at least 1 home run. Only one of those was 1 home run. He's actually allowed 2 or more in all of the others. So just interesting, you think of maybe spiraling or something else, or a couple bad pitches as opposed to just 1.
He's been very honest when he has known that he's missed a pitch, as he comes inside with a fastball. Let some of the creators call some of these. We've got Benny No with Boom Shakalaka. A lot of booms going on through the YouTube chat right now. 2-1. And Wall stares at a strike, Means evens the count. Means, again, incredible stories really around the league. If you take the time to get to know these players. He lost his father, Alan, last year and was just the absolute centerpiece of the family. But then he and his wife, Caroline, they got to welcome in their baby boy, McCoy, this year. As Wells drives up underneath the pitch, it's a bounce to Valleca. Tag teams it to Urias, who steps on second. Eliminates Ji-Man Choi on the force out. And the first out for the Orioles. They'll hold Walls at first.
Tough play to really try. You want to try to turn 2 there, but not really positioned in the right way to be able to do that.
Up shifted. The play would go 4-6. Valleca playing behind with the pickup. And the underhand throw to shortstop Ramon Urias. Another check back at Walls. One out, and the Rays up by 4 in the 4th. Fastball away to Kevin Kiermaier, ball 1. Kiermaier has been finding a groove since the All-Star break. He's on a 4-game streak, 385. He went 1 for 3 yesterday. Flied out to the right in the 2nd. Means comes outside again, ball 2.
He's really the player you think of, or at least I think of, with this current Rays team, and not necessarily just 2021, but really what they've done over the last 5+ years. I mean, he really feels like the stalwart there, even though he's missed some time with injury.
Means comes home. Kiermaier fouls it off, 2-1. Kiermaier, lifetime against Means. He's 2 for 8. And he really was the guy, to go back to what you were saying, who stepped up, because the Rays fans mourned almost the loss of Evan Longoria. But then Kiermaier comes up and starts making ridiculous plays out in center field. And the bat hasn't always been the strongest, but that's not what he's been known for. It's that Gold Glove defense. But again, a guy who really anchors that team in the dugout as well off the field.
You really see that, and as you said, I mean, the Gold Glove defense, we can also quantify that by StatCast, talk about outs above average, 5-star catches, all of that. He's always up there when he's healthy on all of those leaderboards.
Another check back at Walls. Take a look at where Kiermaier stacks up within the Rays franchise. 6th in overall games. He, of course, is 1st in defensive wins above replacement, 669 hits, and 7th in extra base hits as well. As he swings, it's a drive into left field. Austin Hayes plays it back 2 steps to his right, and he reels it in. And each week this season on our broadcasts, we will focus on a YouTube content creator featured in our live game commentary section. Today, our creator spotlight shines on the Arati Patel, a channel with over 1.5 million subscribers. Channel name is The Fumble. And it's sports news for the super fan who can't get enough, loves looking back at that World Series Game 6 in 2020. And I think you could assume that Patel is a Dodgers fan, just listing off all the favorites there for the boys in blue out in LA.
A lot of fun moments for that team last year, even in a shortened season.
And really cool to see, too, with fans having a way to express themselves through channels like YouTube. For those who can't get enough, Means comes home to Arozarena and gets a called strike. Arozarena with the nod back at home plate umpire Brian Onora. Runner on at first and 2 away. Rays up 5-1. Means delivers fastball high. He and Pedro Severino. This was the battery team against the Mariners when Means threw his no-hitter. He gave him an autographed photo of the winning moment, and he titled it Sevy Time. you couldn't tell that Severino likes to have a little fun. Maybe the chain gave it away, or the smile that he seems to have constantly. He talks to everybody who comes up to the plate. When he's at the plate batting, he's got to have a word with his fellow backstops as well. The two have really good communication. 1-2 and a bounce. Severino keeps it out in front of him as the curve takes a hop. 2-2.
We were talking before the game with Heidi and Lauren, and also earlier here, about that first pitch strike rate for Means, and that was really on display in the no-hitter. He had the highest rate of first pitch strikes we've ever seen in a no-hitter. As long as we were tracking that, you got to credit your catcher a decent amount for that.
2-2. Arozarena fouls it off. Taking a look back here at the day John Means made history. A man who once made a LinkedIn page. He didn't think baseball was in it for him. Well, Seattle didn't have anything for him either that day. And again, he set absolute numbers. First no-hitter for the Orioles. Jim Palmer was a part of the Masson broadcast crew this year. And of course, he reached out to Means later. He said, man, your no-hitter was way better than my no-hitter. And we actually got to talk to Cakes for a little bit. And a man with just overwhelming insight. He even told us he got to certain batters knowing he had a no-hitter intact, and he didn't know a guy. So he walked him on purpose because he knew he could get the next guy. That's how he maintained a no-hitter. Means didn't have to do that, and he doesn't have to do it here. Randy Arozarena chases a changeup from Means, and he's set down, but it's a big two-shot blast for Francisco Mejia. Boosts the Rays to a 5-1 lead after 4 innings down at the Trop in St. Petersburg. Ton of action still left between these two. MLB Game of the Week on YouTube.
He just smokes it. Forget about it. Oh, my goodness. Great baseball right there.
And that one's gonna go.
That ball was crushed.
And this is gonna do it. Oh my.
Strike 3. That was a great play.
I talked about his fielding skills. That was remarkable.
Something like this is what they came for.
Top of the order for Baltimore, center fielder Cedric Mullins.
That's something I gotta get.
That's a tough play. You made that play.
I'm not trying to figure. I'm still trying to figure out what. Ball gets hit in the air and it drops. I feel terrible.
No, don't ever feel that. That was a tough play. You just got to make your break and stay with it and go.
If it's
well, Brandon Lau, yeah, he's wearing that one himself there, feeling all the responsibility, trying to chase every single ball in the outfield. Wherever he plays, he's making the big ones. But again, getting some words there is he had a pretty impossible hop to chase after. But his team is up 5-1 on the Orioles as leadoff man Cedric Mullins takes another appearance against Shane McClanahan here to start the 5th. Not a lot of commentary from Lau in the field, but immediately getting that feedback once he steps aside. He's got the StatCast metrics down. He's getting that one-on-one coaching as soon as he comes in from right. He's all over the place. It's another miss to Cedric Mullins, ball 3.
And it's just his 3rd start in right field this year. So you have to imagine he's really taking that coaching to heart. I mean, he's looking for that help. And that's something that I love we can show fans with stuff like guys being mic'd up.
Pitch home, and McClanahan straightens it back out with a strike.
Just really getting a sense of how much of a team game it is. I think that's so important for fans to hear.
And Andrew Kittredge warming up for the Rays. As Mullins takes a swing, everybody's taking a long look at this one as it falls foul out to the left side. Let's go ahead and take a look at those poll results. Fans, what you got that's most likely to happen? Ohtani, 60 home runs. Tatis Jr., well, he could still go for that 40-40. And Vlad Jr., the Triple Crown, not a lot, though, in the column, thinking that the Dodgers pull a repeat. And again, what a packed tight NL it is this year. Payoff pitch, Mullins swings, it's a bouncing ball over to Vidal Brujan, the second baseman, tosses to Ji-Man Choi. Mullins retired. One away for the O's.
I love the recognition of Shohei Ohtani. I mean, he is such an amazing star for this sport. We saw it on display in Denver last week, so I love that he's winning that poll contest. And I'm not that surprised that the Dodgers option finished last, with a lot of Rays fans probably tuned in. They probably don't want to see that happen again either.
Feeling a little salty after that one, and not just because they're down by the Bay. Now, meanwhile, we have had a lot of people commenting tonight throughout the game about Shohei Ohtani as Austin Hayes takes a strike 0-1, and just how transformative he has been for the game. And it goes beyond the fact that he has been this second coming of Babe Ruth when it comes to pitching and hitting. It's that overall just likable personality. I mean, he got checked for sticky substances and afterwards gives a smile, a tip of the cap, and a pat on the back to the umpire. And just somebody that really internationally, I mean, for Japan to show the All-Star festivities this year, the first time in 25 years, I think that speaks worlds of what he's doing for the sport.
Definitely, and the personality. I mean, the fact that we see that on a broadcast.
And Austin Hayes gets fooled. He chases way out of the zone from McClanahan. Another strikeout for Shane McClanahan here, 2 away. Wander Franco has been holding it down at third base this evening. He didn't play yesterday. Alana, what you got on Wander?
Well, it's just that diversity of him being able to be willing to move all over the field in order to continue to keep his bat in the lineup and his glove in the field. And I had a conversation with Kevin Cash, we all did, about the fact that he burst onto the scene as one of the top prospects in baseball, had a great debut, but then has slowed down. And of course, he's young, he's learning. And he said, you know what, I can't remember a time where there wasn't more hype for a player coming to the big leagues other than maybe Vladimir Guerrero Jr. as well as Bryce Harper. Kevin Cash was at the All-Star game, obviously, as a representative of the American League, and he had a conversation with Vladimir Guerrero about what types of advice he would give to Wander Franco with all of the publicity and the hype. He said, you know what, limit the fact of all of the noise in your ear, all of the distractions of people in your ear talking, limit the pressure that you put on yourself. I had a conversation with Wander earlier today in Spanish, and he said, you know what, the biggest thing is just knowing that all of the pitchers at this level are so much better, and making sure I have patience with myself.
That's going to be really big. And Alana, I can only imagine how at home he felt knowing, and we've discussed this, just how big it is that you can really give a conversation to him in his native language. Pitch home to Trey Mancini. He sends it to right, but Brandon Lowe, not fooled this time, lines right into his glove as he tracks it down into the depths. 1, 2, 3 go the Orioles in the fifth. They trail Tampa Bay 5-1. Lowe flashing some moves. Just a handful of starts in outfield for Lowe, but coming up big. Plenty more Game of the Week on YouTube when we come back.
Price comes second. Now the 0-1 to Lowry on its way. Swinging a ground ball to second. This should do it. Hockey has it. Takes it to second himself. The Rays are going to the World Series. This improbable season has another chapter to it.
Not once in their first 10 years did the Tampa Bay Rays have a winning season. And now, in a stunning reversal of fortune, they were in the World Series. With lightning-quick speed, a deep young pitching staff, and a manager who tapped into their potential, the Rays defied expectations.
Start the celebration. Pop the cork on the champagne. The Rays are going to the playoffs.
In the division series, he eliminated the Chicago White Sox in 4 games.
In the postseason for the first time, the Tampa Bay Rays are headed to the American League Championship Series,
where they would have to get past the defending champion Red Sox once again. But the confidence they developed by beating them for the division title served the Rays well in this tense 7-game series.
The Tampa Bay Rays have won the American League pennant. They're going to the World Series.
Rays with a 5-1 lead over the Orioles as we head into the bottom of the 5th inning. So it leads to this. Who is your MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube player of the game? Wade Miley took the last one after an 8-inning performance against the Milwaukee Brewers. So you got to let us know who between the Orioles and the Rays is going to be the one to bring it home. Fans watching on mobile devices and computers can vote for which player will ultimately take home that trophy. John Means back out for the 5th. First pitch to Vidal Brujan, and he fouls off a fastball behind him, 0-1. Brujan, a 1-for-2 day. See, back bends up and inside. Means with the fastball, 1-1. And again, that's not intentional. This is somebody trying to get back into the swing of things. And something to look at as well, Sarah, it's been a discussion throughout the season, but Means at the time he hit the injured list, you could still have sunscreen, rosin, reasonable products. And he's come back to a totally different era of baseball now. And so that's something he's had to recalibrate as he's worked through his rehab.
Yeah, and if you take a look at his spin rates on, his four-seamer and the breaking pitches so far tonight, they are down a noticeable amount, but I think that fans are often inclined to think that's like some awful bells are ringing or something like that. But as you said, the game has changed, the rules have changed, so it's okay. But there definitely is some noticeable difference there.
Fouled off fastball for Brujan. Again, he'll see pitch 6 from Means. He's still managed here at 67 pitches, and again, he had just exceeded 70 his last rehab appearance with AAA Norfolk. 2-2 Brujan, and it's in low. Take a look here at Means' 3 rehab appearances. He was with Aberdeen, Bowie, and Norfolk. A 5.63 ERA through 8 innings total. Strikeouts to walks ratio, though, 9-3. You gotta love seeing that. As Kelvin Gutierrez back picks the ball. The spin and throw is in time. Oh my goodness. Gutierrez was not given a lot of credit for his defense when he came over to Baltimore, and he has absolutely shown out. A little flash of the leather there right in front of shortstop Ramon Urias.
You just love a play where everyone is smiling after it, even the guy who made the out, the guy who hit into it. I love that.
You got to give credit where credit's due, and Brujan knows that Gutierrez used all of that 6'2" frame on that play, the big wingspan. 70th pitch, and it's a strike to Austin Meadows.
That's another play where whether I'm sitting at home, I'm working, I'm in the ballpark, whatever, I'm staring at my computer. I need to know how fast that throw was, and hopefully it tracked and we'll get that. 83.8 miles an hour. Now, I want to say, infield throws are not outfielders. Joey Gallo threw a ball 97 miles an hour yesterday. Infield are a little bit different. 90 is really where we get into that elite, but that was all of those 83.8 miles an hour.
Kelvin Gutierrez coming up big for Baltimore on that first out here in the 5th. Meadows chases an off speed, sends it foul to the right, and the count's even.
Sometimes we get distances on foul balls and they don't end up anywhere, but that was a 365-foot foul ball. I just love knowing that. I hope someone else out there does too.
Well, I think the man with the baby and the ball now, he gets a souvenir. He's going to remember that one as Meadows chases a fastball out of the zone, but it's right to Cedric Mullins. Plays into left center field, 2 retired. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Happy wife, happy man, happy baby that is not giving up a foul ball. Maybe one day they'll grow up and they'll just give the story of, yeah, you caught that. You were just a couple months old and we knew you had those gold glove hands when you caught a foul ball in the stands.
And I hope they know these games are archived on YouTube. They could go back, find that picture. I mean, I have a whole idea and a scrapbook in my head already. There's so much.
You don't know me, but I wanted to give you this documentation of your child.
Exactly.
Future All-Stars everywhere. He's got one of his own in a 1-1 count to Wander Franco. He went first pitch with a curve for a strike to Franco.
And something I want to mention about Franco, as I mentioned off the top, but his at bat was so quick to start. He is the youngest. He is the youngest guy in Rays history to hit cleanup in a game. He's 20 years, 141 days old.
And he gets underneath the breaking ball from Means. This one right into the back of the infield. Pat Valaika with the pop-up. Well, he's young, and he'll still have plenty more to develop and pick up for this Rays club. 3 straight for John Means through 5. The Rays lead 5-1. You're watching on YouTube, presented by YouTube Shorts.
September 6, 1995. Tonight, the Iron Man will pass the Iron Horse.
Every time I look on the field in a Baltimore game, are you always on the field? Every inning, why are you always out there?
I think it's just a desire to play. Just can't stand to sit on the sidelines and watch.
Playing shortstop, batting 4, number 8.
I go into each season thinking that I'm going to play every day. To me, there's no pressure. I've done it before. I feel comfortable doing it, and I hope to continue.
You take him for granted when you see him day after day, year after year. I mean, he's almost like a machine out there.
There's no special thing that I do. I don't have any secrets to my durability.
He doesn't hold back at all, and there are a myriad of ways that he could get hurt, and yet he continues to play.
I just try to maintain the same approach that I brought to it in 1982. Don't worry about tomorrow until it gets here.
Whether your name is Gehrig or Ripken, you are challenged by the game of baseball to do your very best day in and day out. And that's all I've ever tried to do.
MLB Originals Season 2 is live on YouTube with new episodes every week. See your favorite players and learn more about the game you love on youtube.com/MLB. And step up to the plate, compete online, and crush dingers in MLB Home Run Derby. Download on the App Store and Google Play Store for free today. I don't know, that might be the one area that I can actually be athletic, is maybe a digital performance there. We can hit home runs off of our phones. What more could you ask for in life? Andrew Kittredge takes over here to start the 6th inning. Shane McClanahan's day is done. 5 innings, 7 strikeouts for McClanahan. He limited the Orioles to just 4 hits and 1 run. Kittredge faces Ryan Mountcastle and rings up a first pitch strike.
Kittredge, you're going to see sinker, slider, four-seamer, changeup. Uses that sinker and slider almost interchangeably, both 44+% of the time. Four-seamer and changeup not quite nearly as much.
31-year-old, and he gets Mountcastle to tip a ball back for strike 2.
And like so many guys, especially in today's game, especially this year, you know, the breaking stuff has really been what's best for him. His slider, 114 opponent batting average on that, and a 40+ whiff rate. That's getting good movement on a slider and really getting those swings and misses.
And he's part of a bullpen, again, the most used in Major League Baseball, and yet the best ERA. And you just sit there and you scratch your head and try to figure out how it's possible. And again, still maintaining low payroll.
You know, I'm sure the Rays fans don't want to hear about it again, but the removal of Blake Snell, everything else. I mean, I just want to say for the record on here for everybody who is listening that this is how the Rays do this, and removing him was not the wrong move. Maybe the pitcher who came in, Nick Anderson, had not looked good so far that postseason. I think, if anything, the mistake there, or the thing that could have been done differently, I don't even want to go so far as to really say mistake, was which reliever came in. But that gets to what you're saying here, which is that pushing every single correct button.
And he pushes all the correct ones there. He gets Ryan Mountcastle to chase, and he gets rung up, one away. And Alana, when it comes to this Rays bullpen, again, I think we could pick Kevin Cash's brain about this just for days on end, but you had a couple really pinpointed notes about where they're finding the success.
Well, I can tell you that since they don't have Blake Snell, Charlie Morton, and Tyler Glasnow right now, the starting staff has struggled a little bit, but the bullpen has really picked up the pieces for this Rays team. And you have to also keep in mind that they are without some key arms in that bullpen core. Nick Anderson is out. Oliver Drake is out. Chaz Rowe is out, among other guys. In fact, Nick Anderson had another session today in terms of trying to get back on the field. He's on the IL. He had a 20-pitch bullpen session today with live BP. Actually, it's the second one he's had so far. The next one's probably going to be in the Florida Complex League to have a rehab outing. But again, they're missing some key arms in that bullpen, yet the bullpen core is still doing what they're supposed to do as they're trying to get Tyler Glasnow back in that starting rotation, just kind of putting the pieces together. And the Rays are in a tough division in the AL East, but yet they do it with veteran talent and infusion of young talent as well, guys.
Santander, and he's trying to beat out a sharp play. The Rays. Vidal Brujan absolutely laid out to pick up Andrew Kittredge. He gets the throw off in time. And a photo finish through first base here for Santander as Choi immediately returned to cover the bag. Everybody's laying out on this one. What a play for Brujan.
All of these rookie infielders, and they're just making these spectacular plays. I know there was the error before, but this more than makes up for that.
Santander had rolled into a double play to end the third inning, and that's what we had discussed was it was a 6-4-3. And again, you just look back at a rookie class of Rays infielders. Ramon Urias bends away as Kittredge sends a fastball inside. Ball one. Urias reached on the error by Brujan in the fourth. A rare two-error day for Rays defense. There's a strike, and the count evens against Urias. Urias has really stepped up for the Orioles since his return. He's had to fill in. They initially had Freddie Galvis and Michael Franco, the shortstop third base combo. They're both out with injuries right now. So Urias has been a big part of that as the fastball comes inside. It's a 2-1 count. The acquisition of Kelvin Gutierrez. Pat Valaika has moved around where they've needed him as well, and picking up Domingo Leyba off of waivers from the Diamondbacks. It's a completely different infield for the Orioles. 2-1, and Urias whiffs.
And Urias has definitely played better since he's been playing every day. I mean, you know, obviously seeing this team every day, but if you just look at the numbers, that really seems to be the case. And you got on base earlier, I know it was an error, but just getting on base seems to be part of that, just getting into that rhythm.
A little tap on the helmet there as he's trying to convince himself that he's got to get into rhythm here. He is set up away. Pitch comes away, but he goes down and golfs it. It's a sharp little drop over to Wander Franco, who charges in. Rays defense can't beat this one. Urias goes golfing, and he comes up.
Two plays where he's really put pressure on them to get on base, you know, regardless of, it's not the same as hitting a home run and showing off that power or anything else, but getting on base, helping the team in that way.
On the single for Ramon Urias. Starting to pick up again. He's now hit in 4 consecutive games. Just reaches out and slaps one back towards Franco. 1 on and 2 out for Pedro Severino. Orioles trail by 4 in the 6th. And Kittredge comes Comes in low to Severino. Sinker and ball one.
28.1 feet per second on the sprint speed there. I'm going to mention if we get infield singles and those bang plays at first, again, 27 is league average. He's not specifically known for his speed, so that's pretty good, and it got the job done for sure.
Kittredge works back and gets the call that time. Severino with a little bit of a check there on a sinker. It seemed to tail away from the zone. A little bit of a zone adjacent pitch. Home plate umpire Brian Onora will give it to him. 1-1 for Severino. And there's nothing adjacent about that. He comes inside. It's ball two.
You know, we had a whole conversation about this in the last game I called with Brian Kenny and Ryan Rowland-Smith and Mark DeRosa about how that little box on the screen has changed the way we view umpire calls. And I don't mean for the worse or for the better necessarily. It's just interesting how you can sit at home and develop a very proven opinion based on the fact that it's there.
An armchair umpire, Severino, chases after a breaking ball from Kittredge, and it's a 2-2 count. And something interesting as well, and I think we've all been pretty open that we want to keep the human element of having an umpire there, but watching the automated strike zone and the way that it's played, I got to talk to a couple independent league pitchers about it, and the fact that it's one-dimensional. It's not that three-dimensional zone that you get from the human element, but it basically means as long as you plate that pitch up front, it doesn't matter where it lands. And it's been really interesting to see pitchers trying to adjust to that, as well as hitters. Time called as Kittredge tries to go into motion. Severino, he's backing up all the way into the dugout at this point.
Was concerned of a little collision there unintentionally.
He's going to go right into the man in the on-deck circle, Pat Valaika. Infield is shifted to the left against Severino. Ji-Man Choi, the only man on the right side. He holds down Ramon Urias. 2-2. Severino caught looking. Kittredge freezes him with the slider and gets out of it again. To the bottom of the sixth, the Rays lead the Orioles 5-1. You're watching the MLB Game of the Week on YouTube, presented by YouTube Shorts.
The Rays get their third run of the inning.
These kind of situations, the ones that Evan was made for.
And there it is! Long drive! Deep to left! Gone! Longoria hits a long one! A three-run shot! And now it's a one-run ball game. On to the bottom of the ninth inning, the Yankees lead the Rays 7-6. The Rays jumped right back into this game with a 6-run eighth. The 2-2 again. Johnson hits it down the right field line. That ball's going to be fair and gone. Dan Johnson does it again. And he lines a pinch hit home run to tie this game in the bottom of the ninth inning here against New York. Joe Maddon's club moves into the bottom of the 12th. 7-7 ball game here. 2-2 and a line shot down the left field line. That ball, it's gone! And the Rays win it! A line drive home run by Evan Longoria. And the Rays storm the field.
What a day for Shane McClanahan. So he set a career high in pitches. This is the deepest we've seen him go into a game, 93 pitches. And look at all of these swings and misses. So he got 22 whiffs today. That's his most in any game of his career. And yes, he also threw his most pitches, but he didn't break it by 1 or 2. He broke it by 5 or 6. And if you take a look at where these swings and misses are, what really stands out to me is a lot outside the zone. So you see the Orioles really expanding. The Orioles have the second highest chase rate in the majors. That swings at out of zone pitches. So you see that on display here. But really, really great outing from Shane McClanahan. And we were talking in the second inning, you know, will he settle down more like a seasoned veteran? And he really did. I mean, he didn't have a 1-2. He had only had 1-2-3 inning after that, but he seemed much more in control after that traffic in the second.
There had been a lot of discussion as he's developed, just his ability to gut out and work through those situations, not really showing the ability to be phased as a rookie. On the polar opposite end of that, in comes Cesar Valdez, the changeup specialist, who takes over for John Means, and he gets Brandon Lowe swinging immediately out of the gate here. John Means is done again, his first game back, coming off of an IL stint that goes back to June 5th. 5 innings, 5 runs on 7 hits. He did not allow a walk, and he struck out 2. So still overall a good body of work as Means returned back today. A lot of first pitch strikes. Sarah, that was something you wanted to see.
Definitely. I think there is certainly, as we saw, some work to be done with him just in terms of getting back into that rhythm and really fully being back. And as you mentioned, especially with that changeup. But overall, I think better than those 5 runs maybe indicate.
Valdez comes home, and it's another strike. Lowe can't do anything against it. 1-2.
Means definitely missed with a handful of pitches up, which is a concern, but I think overall seeing the first pitch strikes and some of that control was good in this first outing back.
Well, and in comes the mythical Cesar Valdez as he comes in with a 1-2 to Lowe, who doesn't take it inside, and the count evens. He was signed out of the Mexican League last winter and just became somebody that everybody fell in love with. He throws a pitch called the dead fish. He's got about 5 different changeups, because the reality is Pedro Severino can signal a changeup, but he doesn't know which changeup is actually coming home. 2-2 and a swing down to a knee for Brandon Lowe. And Cesar Valdez battling here as Lowe taps just a piece of it. So he alters the arm angle on the changeup, and that's what gives him that different variety. And I got to ask, as you see here, 5 different changeups. I said, Severino, how do you know what's coming home? And he just smiled. He said, I don't. I call a changeup, and I hope that I'm mobile.
My gosh. And, to the point you were making earlier about Pedro Severino and what it is to catch this pitching staff. I mean, this is not one of the young pitchers like the others we were referring to before, but it is one of the less seasoned pitchers, at least at the major league level. So that is all part of what makes his job so difficult.
Lowe chases after a changeup here, but he pops it foul and a gift into the stands.
And this is just the perfect pitcher to drop the sequence on. I'm so glad that whoever up there in the truck who was in charge of that, I assume it's our producer, Mike Trainer, whoever decided that we need to drop that here, because Cesar Valdez throws his changeup 77% of the time, which is really fun because there's a lot of 7s on the screen right now, but he is pretty much just throwing you that changeup. As you said, there's different ones, but in terms of how we're tracking it, 77% of the time, changeups.
We need changeup 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as Lowe rips a pitch, but shifted. Pat Valaika comes up with it, sends it to Mancini. And you just saw Brandon Lowe there, but you'd love to hear him mic'd up. We got a little more on him.
If you put it on a graham cracker, it takes up the whole graham cracker.
He thinks he's putting like 36 in his mouth with the standard one.
I apologized to him when I got the right. I was like, sorry you guys had to listen in on that conversation. I had a heated argument about marshmallow.
And we still are.
27 years old.
Well, at 27 years old, what else are you going to argue about during a game than marshmallows and how they fit on a graham cracker? As Valdez first pitch strike to Francisco Mejia. I mean, but here's the other thing too. So Brandon is married to another former Maryland Terrapin, and his wife, Maddie, she has a bakery called Sweet and Low. So maybe he's doing research for her. She's got some type of marshmallow confection coming up. I've heard they're amazing, by the way. The Sweet and Low Bakery, you got to check them out. Mejia fouls off the offering from Valdez here, but he's got everything. Self-accountability in the outfield. He's got hitting advice. He's reading metrics. And then you gotta go into your s'mores coverage.
I love it. I love it. I'm hungry now and I want a s'more. I don't remember the last time I had a s'more, but I just want to say, so everybody knows, these all get archived. So all of this that you're hearing, what's mic'd up, you can go watch this on YouTube. I think it comes out the next Monday, and our awesome MLB social team puts it together.
And a chop ball back to Trey Mancini by Francisco Mejia. 2 retired for Cesar Valdez.
And just to finish that, so our MLB social team puts us all together. So much more that you're not hearing right now that you will hear when you log on to YouTube. You go to youtube.com/MLB. There's subtitles so you can keep track of everything. And it's so funny, and they cut it in a great way. They tell the story of the game as they play everything, so we'll hear your voice a lot even within it. It's so awesome. Check those out that are already there from past games, and definitely look out for this one next week.
Mic'd Up has been a very fan-beloved thing that's come into sports really as of late the last couple of years. And really cool. I agree with you. It's such a cool channel to check out. As it's another first pitch strike from Cesar Valdez, this time to Ji-Man Choi. Valdez had a rough finish to the first half of the season. His last 14 or so outings hadn't been great. However, their first game against the Royals to start the second half of the season, he did throw 3 innings behind a young Keegan Aiken, just 3 hits, 2 punch-outs. He did not allow any runs to score off of him.
It's interesting. We're talking about this changeup and how much he uses it, which is very, very frequently. Again, that 77%. But guys have hit 328 in at-bats that have ended against it, so not necessarily what you want to see.
1-1 to Choi, and he goes down to a knee after, as you would guess it, a changeup. 1-2. Now, he does have other pitches, sinker, fastball, and slider, nothing that touches the 90s. The 36-year-old out of the Dominican Republic. And this is another big thing, too. He's a starter in winter ball in the Dominican Republic, and an electric one at that. I mean, I'm talking ripping his jersey after delivering a huge performance in front of screaming stands of fans. It's absolutely amazing to see. And the bullpen with the Orioles, they adore him. They think he's just one of the best guys. They keep it loose. They play games out in the bullpen before the game starts, but a lot of really young guys have gleaned a lot from Cesar Valdez.
You just get that sense that he's one of those really, really fun players. And I feel like people were so excited when he made this roster for that reason. I think we were all looking forward to, I mean, anyone with a pitch that's called dead fish, obviously you want to be seeing. And you know that there's so much personality that goes along with that.
He is one of the oldest on the Orioles team. Their position players are amongst the youngest in Major League Baseball. Full count to Choi. And he rings him up. Clean inning, Cesar Valdez. Rays with a 5-1 lead over the Orioles. We head to the 7th. You're watching the MLB Game of the Week on YouTube, presented by YouTube Shorts.
Fly ball, center field, it's deep. Back, and out of here. Mountcastle, touch them all, Ryan. There's a line drive down the left field line, and this one is out of here. Just got out. There's a shot down the left field line. He has done it again. Ryan Mountcastle with 3 home runs. 1-2 pitch. And that's a base hit into center field. That's hit well.
Maybe a home run.
Way back. Forget about it. Cedric Mullins has left the building. Mullins with a shot. Deep right. Is it enough? Yes, it is. And he's got himself another hit. It's a 4-hit day for Cedric Mullins. He's 5 for 5. Cedric Mullins. They can't get him out.
Well, we've been discussing the Rays and just how effective their bullpen has been despite being one of the most used across Major League Baseball. Some guys hanging out in the tank today. And you just take a look at those numbers across the board here. Guys amongst Diego Castillo, Andrew Kittredge, and Pete Fairbanks. And that 3.20 ERA collectively for the team. That leads the American League. 33 wins also picked up by the bullpen as well. And again, just an absolute dominating performance in a time where that's what every other team's Achilles heel is the fact the bullpen is being so used and they're breaking down and they're losing games because of it.
They're just on a different level with how they manage this bullpen. And as you said, I mean, it feels like as we look at contenders, most contenders need a reliever, but this contender doesn't. They're doing it completely right. So really, really interesting to see.
Jeffrey Springs takes over, the left-handed pitcher, after righty Andrew Kittredge tosses for just an inning. And it's a first pitch strike to Pat Valaika. And Alana, we're going back to this Rays bullpen again because it's a tough one to avoid talking about.
Melanie, they've been particularly strong area of the team this year, as you guys have been alluding to. They lead the American League with a 3.27 earned run average coming into this game. And even with some key arms that we talked about being injured, they found cheap depth every step of the way. You look at the way that they've kind of put things together, and some notable relievers: Diego Castillo, Andrew Kittredge, who we've already seen, Jeffrey Springs, who's in there now, Pete Fairbanks, Colin McHugh. You look at the salaries of this guy. I mean, Colin McHugh's the high man rolling there at $1.8 million. They're finding ways to make it work, dealing with some injuries and just dealing with that payroll that we continue to talk about.
Now, something, too, that we've heard along the way is when you get a mix of guys like this, they're pretty amicable to going anywhere that you need them. And just your thoughts on that, really. As he rings up Pat Valaika, Jeffrey Springs freezes Valaika in his tracks, and the first man he comes on to face in the 7th, it's a strikeout. So he works sinker, 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 and sinker. And Pat Valaika does not pick up on it. Springs is a slider, sinker, and changeup combination. Came up as a starter through the Texas Rangers system.
Just to answer your question, I think the thing is that's what makes a good team good, when they have the ability to move all over the field, not just defensively in terms of the gloves, but arms being willing to come in any single, anytime that the phone rings. They don't necessarily have roles in the bullpen. They don't have an inning that they know that they're coming into. And I think, the Rays have done things differently for a long time, and they have to do things differently with their payroll and how difficult this division is. When you talk about the big guns in the division of the Boston Red Sox, who nobody thought they would be where they are today, the Yankees, who have certainly struggled this season, but Tampa gets it done in a different way, and other teams are taking notice. I mean, they're one of the teams that started with the opener. Now look at the Milwaukee Brewers doing it as well in the postseason. So they do things differently. They start different trends, but it's effective for them.
And it's certainly, they're at the forefront of the way that baseball changes, because this is something that stemmed back several years now. I mean, you're talking about the shift being introduced as a way for teams like the Rays to find a way to get the wins against those big clubs, and it's been working for them. 1-2, and Gutierrez argues he didn't go, but that's not the case. He, in fact, did back-to-back strikeouts for Jeffrey Springs. Let's take a look here at how all of this breaks down for what Ilana was just alluding to. Since 2008, highest winning percentage across Major League Baseball. Dodgers, Yankees, Cardinals, Red Sox, yeah, you expect all of those. The Tampa Bay Rays, 541 winning percentage and $61 million payroll. That's over $110 million less than that top-seeded Dodgers.
And guys, it was funny too, because when we were talking to the Orioles skipper, he laughed and said, no, we definitely don't have a high payroll. So these two teams are very comparable in terms of that, dealing with, you're not always going to get the superstar players, but you get guys that have grit. You get guys that have more of a willingness to move around the field and move around to different positions to keep them in the lineup. I guarantee you they'd rather play any position at the Major League level than be a stickler for, no, I'm a shortstop, but you're going to be a shortstop in AAA. And they just find a way to get it done. Obviously, these two teams are going in very different directions this year, but you have to appreciate the way they go about their business.
Well, and you could certainly argue that too. It's expected to see them go in different directions because the Orioles are where the Rays have already been. So you see that. It's just a matter of them, building that blueprint. And the Rays have laid a really good one on how to find that balance. And, of course, the Orioles with general manager Mike Elias at the helm of that. He and manager Brandon Hyde, you get a look at him there, are very much in step with each other and the plan that's at hand. And Mike Elias had even said, Brandon Hyde's contract is not based on wins and losses this year. It's about the development of the overall talent. As Mullins fouls off another offering here from Springs and is battling, and Mullins is another one of those products. And Brandon Hyde beams from ear to ear when he talks about him and says, this was something we knew the power was there, but the consistency and the ability that he has stepped up. This is a guy who not only got sent down from the big leagues, which you see a lot, he not only got sent down from AAA, he went to AA in the same year that he had his major league debut. And you talk about having to find something within yourself to bring yourself back to the big stage. Oh, and by the way, to Denver in the All-Star game as the starting center fielder and one of the top 3 wins above replacement for all American League position players.
It's just fascinating to hear that Brandon Hyde did say they knew the power was there, because he has a 40% hard hit rate this year. That's how frequently he is.
We will get back to that thought there, Sarah. He goes after an elevated fastball from Jeffrey Springs, who strikes out the side in the 7th. To the stretch, the Rays have a 5-1 lead on the Orioles. This is the game of the week presented by YouTube Shorts.
There's a little life to the Rays now. And he swings, hits it high and deep and gone! Home run! Broncos first in the big leagues will tie this game. 20 years old, first big league home run, tie game, curtain call.
And the first pitch to him. Swing and a high drive deep to left field. On its way. His first big league hit. It's a game-tying 3-run homer. It's 5-5. Wander Franco making himself at home in the big leagues. A 3-run homer, and it's a brand new game. Le tira, saca batazo profundo por el left field hacia atrás. La bola se va elevando.
Shortstop is number 6, Taylor Walls.
Well, you take a look at the Baltimore Orioles, and we've been discussing what they are building beneath, and it is a force to be reckoned with. They have the #1 overall ranked catching prospect in Major League Baseball in Adley Rutschman. Oh, and he's the battery mate of Grayson Rodriguez and DL Hall, righty and lefty pitchers who are also top ranked. The Bay Sox at AA have been a force this year. Heston Kjerstad in the outfield. They are awaiting his return to baseball, and Gunnar Henderson. Those are just a few of the names on a list, again, ranked top 7 by Baseball America, top 5 by several other components as well. And what they have built is just amazing to see. They've also reopened their international pipeline as well, with the expectations that their Dominican Academy will be established and open and operating within the next 2 years. Taylor Walls swings on an 0-1, and it's a line right into Anthony Santander's glove out in right field. 2 pitches, and Walls retired by Cesar Valdez. And as it's a 5-1 ball game, a reminder, those pregame odds by FanDuel Sportsbook, the over-under at 7.5. Sarah, you got a little smirk on your face right now.
Because earlier I said,
under.
yes, I took the under and it didn't look good. Now it looks maybe a little better. Pitching has settled down on both sides.
It's you're in the David Fletcher zone again of just predictions here. You were a little early at first. Now you're coming in at the same spot. Valdez delivers to Kiermaier, right back to Valdez glove. He takes a look at it and finally disposes of it. Kiermaier retired 2 away, and Alana, you've got some stuff here on this Orioles farm system that's really been something to watch.
Well, Melanie, you heard Trey Mancini say it earlier today that, there's a lot of young guys on this current team, and they're going to get some reinforcements. You talk about the farm system, and really the last time that this Orioles team was anywhat relevant was 2016 when they lost in that AL wildcard game to the Toronto Blue Jays. In fact, Baseball America had them ranked as the 27th farm system out of 30, but you come now to 2021, and they are ranked as 7th as far as their upcoming prospects and guys coming up to the big league level, hopefully. That's the highest ranking that Baseball America has ever given the Orioles in their 30-year history. So reinforcements are certainly coming for this club.
They have been fun to watch as Rosarena smacks a ball out to Gutierrez. The third baseman retrieves, tosses across the diamond, and Cesar Valdez is rolling through 2 innings. He is clean. It's a 5-1 lead for the Rays as we head to the 8th. You're watching the MLB Game of the Week on YouTube.
Cal, as you know, the baseball game will become official in the bottom of the 5th inning with the Orioles having the lead. Anybody say anything to you or any thoughts in your mind as you take the field 3 outs away from this record being official?
No, I wish I had a great story for you, but it almost seemed like the attitude around was more like a no-hitter, that you didn't want to say anything in case you were going to jinx it, I guess. I don't know. I think we were all trying to figure out what was going to happen. For weeks before, in the 5th inning when the game became official, they started dropping the number on the warehouse and the song that would be played. And I tell you what, that surprised me because I wasn't in on any planning session that this was going to happen. I was trying to figure, what is that? And what's going on? And then you go, oh, that's what that means. It's a countdown or a count up. And I just remember there were a couple times when you started to think about your whole career and about how you got to this point. And it started to get you a little choked up. You were thinking about your mom and thinking about your dad and thinking about everybody that was helpful to this point. And it was like reliving your career standing at the 5th inning like a week before. And as it came up, we all got conditioned by the music and we all got conditioned by the dropping of the number. But when it became official, I don't think anybody knew what was going to happen then.
Google Cloud is helping to power StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. And some eager fans, I hope they're getting a souvenir their way. She's got the helmet on and ready for it, but Rays haven't really allowed anything into the stands here. 5 of the last 7 batters that have been retired have been by way of the strikeout. Andrew Kittredge with 2 of his own, and again, Jeffrey Springs fans the side in the 7th. And another new pitcher on the mound. It's JP Feyereisen to face Austin Hayes. He comes up and inside, a little bit of a misfire there, and it's ball 1 to start the 8th.
So one of the pitchers they got in the Willy Adames trade, which to this point has probably worked out a little bit better for the Brewers, who've been the best team in baseball or significantly better since they got Adames. But Feyereisen, good pitcher. You'll see 4-seam slider, changeup. Pretty much that's what you'll see from him. 4-seamer averaging 93, so he's not throwing super duper hard, and we've actually seen that with 2 of the relievers we've seen so far from the Rays. I know we talk about the stable, but they actually have some guys who are getting it done without significant velocity this year.
And you are seeing emotion back into that, of not having to have triple digits on every pitch that comes your way. As a 1-1, and Hayes smacks a breaking ball foul to the left, 1-2. And you mentioned that trade. You take a look at it here. And again, one of the bigger ones early in the season to move Willy Adames. Trevor Richards goes along with him, and they acquire JP Feyereisen and Drew Rasmussen, 2 right-handed pitchers out of the bullpen coming Tampa Bay's way. That went back on May 21st of this year. Feyereisen the 1-2, and Hayes slaps out again. This one a low shot to Wander Franco. He sails the pitch up high overhead. This one ticks off into the bullpen, and Hayes jogs in safely. A long look back. So the defense this evening, despite the Rays out hitting the Orioles, allowing more base runners than what would be, as Franco came in with a low scoop off of that pitch and just airmails it over Choi's head.
And you do wonder, I mean, we were talking about the versatility, the fact that he's played 3 positions actually since he came up, but the majority of his experience, especially in the minor leagues, was at shortstop. So you do wonder if some of this is just that unfamiliarity for him on this particular throw with airmailing it like that.
Hayes is at second. Mancini chases 0-1. Hayes officially reaches second base. That is a straight-up throwing error charged to Wander Franco. So, 3rd error of the game for the Rays. Feyereisen delivers, and Mancini fouls it off. 0-2. You take a look at what Mancini has been able to do this year. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. The man doesn't pull a lot. He likes to send everything to the absolute dead center of the ballpark. And there have been a lot of heartbreaking moments where you thought he had it and it came just an inch shy in some of these bigger parks to play in.
And you can see on there, he's 2nd highest rate of non-pulled home runs in the majors with a minimum of like 10 home runs. So really not going there, especially when he's hitting for power.
You consider that Camden Yards is a little more friendly to his power. You compare places like Tropicana Field and the Met City Field. It's a big space to occupy.
And as you can see, only JD Martinez ahead of him in terms of non-pull rate on home runs. 2 Red Sox actually on there. Kind of makes sense. And then we have Chas McCormick, Tommy Pham, and Ryan Zimmerman. So all in that 80% plus. That's significant amount of non-pulled home runs.
Mancini would like to drive one here, push the Orioles within to Tampa Bay. He lifts it out to right field. Lau is back in front of the wall, and he comes up with it. Austin Hayes tags. He'll advance to 3rd. Mancini sends it to right, but not deep enough. 1 out for the Orioles, and a man at 3rd for Ryan Mountcastle.
And I want to get back to the defense for a second, especially if this run were to come around to score. So you mentioned the 3 errors. The last time the Rays, and we're talking about their defense, we're talking about how this is a team that plays really good fundamental baseball. The last time they had 3 or more errors in a game was May 19th, 2019. So I know last year was shortened. I know it's only July right now. I don't even know that apparently. But this is not something they've done in a while. And that's actually the only game where they had more than 2 errors at any point since the start of 2019. So very uncommon for them, but maybe to be expected with all of those rookie infielders that we were talking about.
And it was the first matchup of these 2 teams last year when the Rays came up to Baltimore that the Orioles pushed several errors against the Rays as well. Their first time also playing outside of the Tropicana Dome. They were out against the Braves and then made their way north, and the Orioles jumped all over it. It's a 1-1 count for Ryan Mountcastle, as he has struck out 3 times this evening. Feyereisen delivers, and he puts him on the ropes, 1-2. Again, Mountcastle, we've spoken about the versatility that's coming up through baseball now, drafting on athleticism. Mountcastle has been moved all over for the organization. He's played most of the infield. He's had a significant time in left field for the Orioles. Now he's a little more at home. First base DH role and platooning with Trey Mancini as he stares at a pitch outside. It's a 2-2 count. But a rookie who is known for his bat, who's had to really make some adjustments defensively as well. And you take a look there, 87 games, and that's the tops for American League rookies. 79 hits, 14 home runs, and 51 RBI. Again, that's second, and he's in that top 5 for Orioles chasers to 50 RBI. He drives a pitch into right field again. Brandon Lau is getting his work in. This one takes a bounce in front of him. Austin Hayes scores with ease. Orioles get on the board. They cut the lead 5-2 in the 8th. And Sarah, as you mentioned, Lau still adjusting to the outfield.
Definitely, we're seeing some growing pains there for sure, and we heard him before getting some advice. But you know, it's definitely interesting to see the error earlier by Wander Franco lead to a run, and here we have this as well. So in that game that I mentioned in May 2019, they had 4 errors. So that's the high water mark, at least over these last 3 seasons now.
Not exactly what you want to see if you're the Rays here, but for the Orioles, trying to put something together with 1 out and a man on. Feyereisen outside to Santander. Ball 1, that'll go in as an E9, charge to Lau. So 2 errors here in the 8th inning. Feyereisen fires, and it's fouled off. Santander, we've got to give some love here to the international fan base as well for Major League Baseball. The UK fan base loves Anthony Santander. And I know we've talked about Shohei Ohtani and how Japan has absolutely loved following his career, and they're so proud of him, but I haven't really seen someone who's not a native of the country have such a big following as much as UK fans love Santander. And he lifts this out towards the Rays tank. It takes a jump in front. Kiermaier comes up with it. Mountcastle is charging. The throw to the plate is short. Mountcastle comes home to score from first. And Santander sends it into the Rays tank. They get to watch it fall right in front. A long double, Anthony Santander. Orioles finding life here in the 8th.
This is not what we expected from the Rays bullpen. Obviously, we've been pumping up just how good they've been, but it really does show why it's so important to play good defense. I know that sounds super simple. Everyone's sitting there saying, of course, but you see both of these runs coming around to score after those errors. That's the worst case scenario when something like that happens.
Ryan Mountcastle took a look as he left first base and did not pick his head up after that. First base coach Anthony Sanders said, you look at Mountcastle and he actually has really deceptive speed. He's faster than the entire coaching staff getting credit for, and he's putting it on display right there. Santander, his 17th double of the season, his 2nd this evening. This is what fans came to expect from Santander in 2020.
And to your point on that speed, just real quickly, 27.1 feet per second on the sprint speed. That's right there, that MLB average, which to your point is not necessarily what's expected out of a guy like Ryan Mountcastle. So that's where you turn on the Jets and really, score from first there and take those extra bases.
So with a runner at 2nd and 1 away, the Orioles have rallied for 2 runs here in the 8th inning so far off of J.P. Feyereisen and 2 errors. Urias chases after the pitch from Feyereisen, 0-1. Picked up a single in the 6th, reached on an error in the 4th. And a good comment from the fumble right now on the chat going on the YouTube page. Spicy. Things are getting interesting from Quashtag. 0-1, and it gets away from Mejia. He's got to chase the pitch outside. Santander advances to 3rd. He's in ahead of the throw to Franco. Santander 90 feet from home. Urias with a 1-1 count. So Santander not with the absolute quickest break away to head into 3rd there. Again, Francisco Mejia slid out to his left, came up with it and fired it down to Wander Franco, but in safely all the same. Pitch outside to Urias, ball 2. Pete Fairbanks is warming up for the Rays. A guy who was teammates in the Texas system with Jeffrey Springs, who we heard from in the 7th inning. And Springs said, those eyes that you're seeing, he's always done that. It's very intimidating when he stares at you down from the mound. 2-1, and Urias whiffs at a fastball, 2-2.
I feel like that was something the internet noticed in the postseason last year for sure. I think that Casper, did he see a ghost, that kind of concept. I remember that coming up, and it's fun. It's fun when there are little things like that with a pitcher or with a player that we can pick up on.
It's up to Feyereisen for now. He's got a 2-2 count for Ramon Urias. Pitch home, and it's outside, full count. 21 pitches for J.P. Feyereisen. E5, a flyout, an E9, and a double. Infield drawn in with Santander at third, 1 away. Orioles have cut the deficit to 2 runs. Payoff. Urias fouls a fastball. And guys, you can go behind the scenes, watch exclusive interviews, mic'd up segments, highlights, and more on the Baltimore Orioles YouTube channel. Head to youtube.com/Orioles and subscribe to the Orioles today. They got a lot of really cool stuff going on with, again, a lot of players with some amazing background stories. They have a lot of fun with it too, a really young group of guys. Payoff again, and Urias doesn't take. It's a walk, and men on the corners. For the Orioles here in the 8th, they are cooking. That's going to bring out manager Kevin Cash. And that does it for J.P. Feyereisen. To the bullpen, the Rays go here in the top of the 8th. Runners on the corners and 1 away. Holding on to that 5-3 lead, you're watching MLB's Game of the Week on YouTube.
Hi, I'm Tyler Glasnow, pitcher for the Tampa Bay Rays, and this is Google Me. Where did Tyler Glasnow go to high school? I went to Hart High School. A lot of baseball players came out of there, like Trevor Bauer, James Shields, Mike Montgomery, Pat Valleca. I'm missing some people. Bob Walk, an announcer for the Pirates. So a pretty cool high school in Southern California. Where did Tyler Glasnow go to college? I didn't. I'm just a stupid jock who throws hard. Where Tyler Glasnow from? All right. Where is Tyler Glasnow from? I'm from Santa Clarita, California, a little north of Los Angeles. Where is Tyler Glasnow now? I'm right here. I'm in St. Pete getting ready for spring training.
MLB and T-Mobile are bringing an all-new Derby experience to fans with the MLB AR app. This augmented reality app provides unprecedented 3D views and ball tracking for the T-Mobile Home Run Derby. Download today at MLB.com/AR. A lot of really cool features that have been brought out in recent years by technology here, and the Rays have been utilizing all of them to have an effective bullpen as Pete Fairbanks takes over for J.P. Feyereisen. He could only get 1 out, and again, 2 men reached on errors. He issued a double to Anthony Santander, a walk to Ramon Urias. And in comes the man with the most intense stare in Major League Baseball, Pete Fairbanks.
Yes, and he throws 2 pitches. So you'll see 4-seamer slider, that's it. He threw a couple sinkers last year, literally 9, but that's about it. This year, just those 2 pitches. Around 97 on average on that 4-seamer.
27-year-old from Missouri. And he'll start with a slider to Pedro Severino for a strike. Runners on the corners for the Orioles. They've scored 2 here in the 8th. They've drawn within Tampa Bay. It's a 5-3 game for the Rays right now. Severino singled in the 2nd. He's struck out twice since. And Santander just up the line. 0-1. 98 fastball, strike 2.
And you know, bringing him in here gets to what we're talking about just how interchangeable all these Rays relievers are. So he's only had 3 appearances this year before today. This is the 4th where he had any inherited runners. So he's mostly gotten clean innings, but Kevin Cash is confident and wants to use him here, brings him in with 2 guys on, which is actually not a situation he's been in all year, and we're here in July.
It's very interesting to go into the mind of a reliever and see some thrive on being the fireman and others really have that mindset to come in and take over a clean inning. And as you just said, Pete Fairbanks falls in the latter of those categories.
I will point out those 3 inherited runners, none of them scored, so that's the full context you've got on this season.
Fairbanks ready. 0-2. Severino takes a fastball. Strike 3 at 99 inside. Severino not moving on that pitch. Not a lot you can do with 99 coming in that tight. And now it'll be a pinch hitter for the Orioles here in this situation. DJ Stewart, the Florida State Seminole, comes on to pinch hit for Pat Valaika. Lefty batter facing the righty in Pete Fairbanks. Stewart has been a huge part of this Orioles outfield as they have managed a couple injuries this year. Brandon Hyde, luckily for him, he's never been in a deficit when it comes to finding somebody to put out there. Between Austin Hayes, Cedric Mullins, Anthony Santander, and Stewart, you still have Ryan Mountcastle. They optioned Ryan McKenna today for John Means. They're all over the place. Fairbanks comes home, slider, strike 1. Stewart became really well known for hitting home runs. He's got 7 on the year. But he said, look, and it's still one of my favorite lines to this day, I'm not a home run guy. I know you guys love him. I'm a base hit line drive kind of guy. And then he'll go on a tear where he just rips off home runs and everyone goes, yeah, okay, maybe.
Line drives are still batted balls in the air. Those still turn into home runs a lot.
He takes low and inside corner, strike 2, back-to-back sliders for Fairbanks. I don't know what you're supposed to do with a pitch like that just dies.
That combo with the averaging 97, getting up to 99 and 100 on that four-seamer. That's why he's been really good for them.
So Pete Fairbanks trying to bail out JP Fireeyes in here. He's managing runners on the corners. There's 2 outs. DJ Stewart, an 0-2 count. Rays lead it by 2. 0-2. Fastball just outside. And Stewart will see another pitch.
And you were saying with that pitch to Severino, what do you do with that? That was 99.3 miles an hour. That's his 2nd fastest regular season strikeout he's ever had. He had some 100-mile-an-hour strikeouts in the postseason last year, really put him on the map, but in the regular season, only 1 faster than that one we just saw.
He is feeling the leverage right now. Stewart ready. Pitch. And it's a bounce in the dirt. Sharp at 99. Good for Mejia. Not getting overtaken by that. 2-2. About as defensive as a block as you might see from a catcher.
Definitely, and after some of those earlier pitches from McClanahan that went to the backstop, good to see that in this moment especially.
Again, Santander threatens from third. There's 2 outs. Fairbanks delivers. And bottom zone sliding strike. Pete Fairbanks is feeling himself right now. Back-to-back strikeouts leaves the Orioles stranded on the corners and the Rays on top 5-3. Painting it.
The bottom of the 12th we go.
The Rays afford themselves this opportunity to push one across the board and end this game.
And a base hit into right field for Jennings. Here comes Fall. Rays win it in 12. And there's a large right base hit into center. Jennings around third. Throw by Jones. 18 innings and the Rays win it. That ball's in deep to right field. Way back. And goodbye home run. A walk-off home run pinch hit. Loading.
A tiebreaker in the American League to see who goes into the postseason.
The Rays an out away. Cruz a bounce to the short. Escobar. And the Rays Rays are in the postseason. David Price goes the distance. The Rays, the Indians, the winner headed to Boston. Young turns that one around, a big fly to left, and she is way gone. Delvin Young jumping on the first pitch. And a hard hit ball. It's fair down the line. 2 RBI double for Desmond Jennings.
0-2, the count to Chisenhall.
The Tampa Bay Rays are moving on. They win the wild card game.
You can watch all out-of-market regular season games live or on demand, plus MLB Big Inning exclusively on MLB.tv. Blackouts and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Orioles with some defensive moves here in the 8th inning. Domingo Leyba takes over for Pat Valaika at second base. And again, he was pinch hit for by DJ Stewart in the top of the frame. Sean Anderson will take over on the mound for Cesar Valdez. Valdez, 2 innings of work, no hits, a strikeout, no walks, and no runs. So again, back-to-back really solid performances here in the second half for Cesar Valdez. Sean Anderson, just his 7th game this season. Another newcomer finding his way with the Orioles. He'll face Vidal Brujan. Comes inside. First pitch is a ball.
Anderson, obviously pretty small sample size here, but mostly has gone to his slider thus far this year. 4-seamer. And a couple other pitches, couple of them, a few sinkers, couple changeups, 1 curveball, but pretty much slider 4-seamer is what you're going to see from him.
Just 12 1/3 innings and a .333 opponent batting average against. Former Florida product, 1-1. And he smacks a fastball foul, 1-2.
He was a starter back in 2019 for a bit for the Giants when they were dealing with some injuries. I remember I covered a game at Citi Field where he was facing the Mets, and Pete Alonso off to this great start his rookie year that year, and they were teammates on the Florida Gators, I believe. So that was a fun little additional storyline there.
The 2016 Florida Gators roster is one of the most prolific to get a look at. Is the 1-2. It's a sharp shot to Domingo Leyba. It ricochets off of his chest. He can't come up with it. And Vidal Brujan reaches safely to start the 8th inning. So Domingo Leyba immediately comes into the game, and he immediately gets a ground rocket back to him.
That's how baseball goes. You're getting there, you're getting ready, and you have to be ready from the moment you set foot there. 101 miles an hour off the bat. That's not easy when it's coming right at you like that. I know it's their job, but still.
And again, was positioned well off of its hop. But anything over 100 miles an hour.
No, thank you. For me, standing on a field at least.
I think I can speak for both of us when we say that's not happening.
That's why we're sitting here.
That's a triple at that point if we're in the infield, which is why we're not. First pitch swinging, Austin Meadows, base hit left field. Vidal Brujan will hold up at second base. And an ambush single for Meadows, his first of the series. He had been 0 for 11. Runners at first and second for the Rays.
And this is why baseball's so funny. He gets on base with this single, 91 miles an hour off the bat. Not even a hard hit batted ball. You got to get to 95 for that. But you know what? It's all the same. You're standing on first base.
So there you go. Sarah Lang said it's not a hard hit ball. Doesn't count. 95 or better. Brandon Lau has all of those metrics already in his head. Wander Franco, 0 for 3. He does have a sacrifice fly back in the first inning. Rays on first and second. And Sean Anderson goes into motion, takes a spin move to look back at Brujan at second base. Anderson collects. Pitch to Franco, it's strike 1.
So I was saying this before when he was up, but the last guy as young as Wander Franco to hit cleanup in a game was Vlad Guerrero Jr. in 2019 in August. So, you know, this is pretty notable that he's standing here at 20 years old because of a late lineup change in the cleanup spot.
0-1, and Anderson comes in south of the zone, ball and a strike. And to your point, that was exactly who Kevin Cash gave that comparison to as far as the fanfare around him. And Alana Rizzo said it earlier. He was up there with the Vlad Juniors and the Bryce Harpers and just this anticipated rookie talent. Diego Castillo, right-hand pitcher for the Rays, is warming up. He's been a shutdown man for Tampa Bay. 1-1, Franco swings, shallow left center field, Cedric Mullins. And that waist-high catch, there is not much that Cedric Mullins can't get to. So he spoils Wander Franco of finding a hit this evening, and it holds runners at first and second.
And I really think that, you know, what Alana was talking about before and what we heard from Kevin Cash about Vlad Jr. and that comparison and all of the hype, it's just so important. I mean, people may have been disappointed in Vlad Jr. after those first 2 years. I don't think they should have been, but I understand why people might have been. And now he's an MVP candidate, and if not for a once-in-a-lifetime type of player, he would probably be the slam dunk definite choice at this point. I'm obviously talking about Shohei Ohtani, but it took some time, and it takes these players time, especially when they come up at such a young age. I mean, Wander Franco is 20 years old, and I think it's really important that he wasn't brought up to save the Rays offense, which was struggling at the point when he was called up. He was brought up because he was ready.
And he certainly proved that. He had several big smashes in AAA right before, just as if to make his exclamation mark. As Lau slices off a fastball, he sends it out to the left. It's 1-1 between Lau here. Rays at first and second again. Cedric Mullins coming in to make that play. The more impressive thing is how easy he makes that look for being 5'8".
Definitely. I mean, and that all plays into where he caught it kind of next to his waist and everything else. I mean, his defense has been really good. Again, it's the Rays outfielders, the Kiermaiers and Margos, and then him, if you look at outs above average in the outfield from American leaguers.
Well, you know that he was feeling a little bit responsible, trying to chase down some hard hit balls for the Rays, and he's also been trying to find a couple more hits this evening as well. Kevin Kiermaier, he and Cedric Mullins go toe-to-toe on a lot of things. It'd be interesting to just have some fly ball practice with the two of them in center field, see who comes up with the most. It'd be like a tennis match.
Yeah, or like a skills competition. I would love to see that.
Sprint speeds put on display. Sean Anderson comes outside, and Lau works a 3-1 count.
Exactly, and you see with the pitch sequence I mentioned, we're really just going to see sliders and four-seamers from him, and that's been the case so far. So helpful to be able to track it up there, and true to the scouting report thus far.
Anderson with the flow held up by a headband. 3-1. And it's a pitch low. Brandon Lau takes a walk, and it's bases loaded of Rays here in the 8th. You can get exclusive content and highlights from your favorite team, the Tampa Bay Rays. Head on over to youtube.com/Rays and hit that subscribe button today. See guys like this one, Francisco Mejia, as he awaits. Right now it's pitching coach Chris Holt taking a walk out here to talk to Anderson and Severino. And again, Mejia 1 for 3 on the day, but it's one. Here's a big one. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Another look at the long drive for Francisco Mejia out to left field. 412 feet. 26-degree launch angle. Again, we got to mic up Lau. We got to hear if he was able to get those numbers correct or not.
We just need to know if he got them. The other was what, 24 and he said 20, or 25 and he said 24. So similar kind of launch angle zone. I wonder if he's got an eye for that.
So Mejia stands in. Tampa Bay has a 2-run lead, trying to open it up here with 1 out in the 8th. Bases full of Rays. Sign from Severino. Pitch home, and it's fouled off. Slider 0-1, and Severino there opting to stay elevated for that catch. This was something we got to discuss with manager Brandon Hyde beforehand, because there's been a really big trend in going down to a knee for catchers across the league. And for some it works and others it doesn't. Russell Martin was really one of the first who started taking that to his advantage and using it to be more flexible. They've finally found a sweet spot with Severino to where they know he doesn't need to be on one knee all the time, especially with runners on. 0-1, Mejia scoops ball into right center field. Cedric Mullins is charging, diving, he won't get to it. The ball ricochets off of the wall. Coming home to score is Brujan. Meadows takes off as well. He'll turn around and wave around Brandon Lau. It's a bases clearing triple. Francisco Mejia. And the Rays have pushed themselves away again, 8-3 in the 8th.
And this is how the Rays get that reputation where everyone says, oh, this is what they do. Francisco Mejia is only playing because Mike Zunino got hurt last night. And here he is with a career-high 5 RBI. 5 of the 7 runs that they've scored have been driven in by him. And backup catcher, I mean, not necessarily the player you expect, but Cedric Mullins, really good effort here. And again, his defense has been so good. That's not a catchable. That's not a catchable ball.
So Anderson trying to work here. A runner at third, and Mejia, did he ever come out with a trot around that? A little bit of a slow right there as he came into first base, and then absolutely turns on the Jets once he touched second to make sure that he arrived at third. So Mejia, a bases clearing triple. Ji-Man Choi, he chases a fastball, and it's a 1-1 count. Anderson a little visibly upset allowing that triple.
So obviously triple to the catcher. We're talking about sprint speed earlier, 26.5 feet per second on that sprint speed. So that's below the MLB average, but we need to adjust for the fact that this is a catcher. I mean, most catchers do not run that well. But, you know, other than the JT Realmutos, Jorge Alfaro when he's healthy, a couple others. But, you know, got the job done, got that triple, and got those runs on the board.
Ji-Man Choi 1 for 3. Rays have re-extended their lead, another 5 runs. 2-1, and Choi laces one into right field, a base hit. Mejia jogs home, it's 9-3 Tampa Bay. And tough sledding here for Anderson. You mentioned Sarah, still pretty fresh this season into the game, just 26 years old overall. And lets that fastball come inside the Choi's plane of drive. Got a little roughed up in Kansas City as well. 3 runs through 2 innings. He did have a better outing against the White Sox. As now this pitch gets under Severino. Choi's going to advance to second. And he keeps the feet moving. He crosses over second base. And he's got a little running man going. Ji-Man Choi ready to go.
You know, one thing with Anderson, as you mentioned, we're talking about a pretty small sample here, but he's allowed a lot of hard contact this year. Just about half the time when he allows a batted ball entering tonight, it was hard hit. That means 95+ mile-an-hour exit velocity. And we've seen certainly some high exit velos on a couple of these batted balls so far. So that kind of lines up with maybe what was to be expected here.
Well, the Orioles, who excelled in batting with runners in scoring position against their last series in Kansas City, 1 for 11 this evening. Meanwhile, the Rays 500 with runners in scoring position this evening. Ji-Man Choi at second for Taylor Walls was a 1-0 count. And Anderson made his debut in 2019. Came over to Baltimore this year from Minnesota. 1-0. Low and inside, ball 2. Walls reached on a force out in the 4th. Has not picked up a hit. 2-0. And Walls scoops a fastball picked up by Domingo Leyba, the second baseman, with a quick throw over to first. It retires Walls the second out. Choi moves up to third.
Number 39, center fielder Kevin Kiermaier.
So 4-3 put out for Taylor Walls, and in comes Kevin Kiermaier, also hitless this evening. And more numbers breaking down Anderson. Didn't make his professional debut until 2016. And again, that's in the minor leagues, so a very quick ascent to come up to the big leagues in 2019. As a fastball just misses below. Ball one for Kiermaier. And different tracks for different organizations and different players, obviously, as we've had the discussion of Wander Franco this evening. 1-0, Kiermaier drives a slider, shallow center field. Three men come out. Cedric Mullins calling everybody off. And you got to give way to the all-star to make the play. Mullins draws the eighth to a close, but not before the Rays tack on another 4 runs. It's 9-3 Tampa Bay. We head to the 9th MLB Game of the Week on YouTube, presented by YouTube Shorts.
Popped him up. Manny Alexander out into right field. He's got it.
That was the most I've seen Manny call for the ball. You know, he wanted to make sure that he grabbed that ball and took it off the dugout, I think.
But you've been waiting for.
But it was pretty cool.
It's official now. Cal Ripken has broken Lou Gehrig's record. The new record set by the Orioles Ironman, 2,131 consecutive games.
There's my pops. The warehouse was big and brick. Camden Yards had a special feeling that baseball had been played there for 100 years. And so it was a real baseball environment. And those big numbers up there really showed things. I took my jersey off for the sole purpose of showing my kids that I wore the T-shirt that they gave me before the game. And so that it turned into be sort of a jersey celebration time, and that was a cool thing with Bill and Candace. I think I shook everybody's hand in the whole ballpark that night.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Rays, right-hander number 63, Diego Castillo.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by YouTube Shorts. Watch and create videos on YouTube. Try Shorts in the YouTube app on your phone. I'm Melanie Newman alongside Sarah Langs and Alana Rizzo this evening. Game 2 of a 3-game series, Orioles and the Rays. And the Orioles with a dominant 6-1 win last night. Rays have absolutely fought back, and that leads us to the question: who is your YouTube player of the game? Shane McClanahan, Francisco Mejia, Randy Arozarena, or Brandon Lau? All of them, you could argue, have their own right to take home that YouTube hardware this evening. But we only made one. We only shipped one down there with Alana.
I'm excited to see who the fans pick, because it kind of tells us what the fans value most, right? Do you value that bases clearing triple and the home run, or are you valuing the really strong effort by the starter? Interested to see.
You brought up a really good point, just getting that fan insight on what it is that gears them towards baseball. It seems the sport is opening more and more to that. As Diego Castillo takes over, Pete Fairbanks got the final 2 outs of the 8th inning. Back-to-back strikeouts. He comes home to Kelvin Gutierrez, and he misses low. Ball 1.
And Castillo, you'll see mostly slider. We get into the bullpen. We got a lot of guys throw a pitch like 70% of the time. He's no exception. 71% of the time slider, also throws sinker, and a little bit of a four-seamer.
The 1-0 to Gutierrez, and he's sticking slider, as your report says, 1-1.
He'll average around 95 on the sinker and pretty much the same on the four-seamer. So pretty standard, good reliever in this day and age, I think, if I can make that kind of statement.
I think the Rays would back you up on that statement. He sends it outside, fastball, ball 2.
He's a guy who made a lot of those starts when they were kind of transitioning to using the opener more. I mean, he did make 11 starts in 2018. He made a handful in 2019, and now pretty much just out of the bullpen.
Gutierrez reaches out off speed, drives it into right field. Brandon Lau is there, and one away. Castillo, a big ground ball pitcher, and you see that a lot popping up for the Rays' arms. You can't really blame them when traditionally the defense, again, we've mentioned that the errors tonight are an anomaly, but they eat everything that comes into play.
Definitely. It's a good team to be a ground ball pitcher on for sure. And I mean, you take a look at his StatCast page, there's a lot of red. Red means good on a StatCast page. We can leave it just at that. But quality of contact, all of that, very good for him. So very bad quality for the hitters.
He squares off with Cedric Mullins, fastball inside, ball one.
And of course, that also matches up with getting a lot of ground balls because usually those aren't going to be hit that hard.
Mullins singled in the first. He's been held quiet since. 2 strikeouts and a ground out. Castillo, fastball and a strike. Working inside on Orioles batters this evening has been carried through those Rays' arms. Pitch home, Mullins lines it back up past first base. Ji-Man Choi recovers, scoops, and beats Mullins to the bag. How about that?
Just talking about how great Ji-Man Choi is to watch, how much fun. I mean, you saw on that scampering there. And this is where I wish I could get a sprint speed on this one, too.
And he's got that hustle quick step in there as Cedric Mullins was charging down the line.
And a smile right there.
And a nod back to Diego Castillo. So it's 2 down, and it'll be up to Austin Hayes. A tall task here. The Orioles trail by 6 in the 9th. Castillo came on yesterday. He struck out 3 in a clean inning. First pitch to Hayes. Fastball up and in. Strike 1. Looks like it'll shape up to be a rubber match between these 2 teams tomorrow. And again, just going back to what an interesting AL East it is. You can never really figure it out as Hayes takes strike 2, back-to-back fastballs for Castillo.
Definitely not. And depending on, I didn't see if that Red Sox game got rescheduled to a doubleheader tomorrow, but at some point that Red Sox-Blue Jays series will involve a doubleheader, which is a day for the Rays to potentially make up more than just a game if they're playing that day, whenever it is.
Very fair point there. Castillo, 2 outs, 0-2 Hayes, and he spoils the slider.
And this isn't the same situation, of course, but just to get one more point in on how versatile this bullpen is, the Rays have 6 different guys who've gotten at least 1 save this year. Diego Castillo does lead the way with 13 of those, but Pete Fairbanks also has 5, and there are other guys. And I believe they actually set a record last year for the most different pitchers getting a save for them. So just to the point, there are no defined roles.
And he gets the strikeout here. Hayes goes down on a slider. Diego Castillo closes the door, and the Rays take it 9-3 over the Orioles in Game 2. We've got an even series here on this MLB Game of the Week on YouTube. And the Rays lining up in that victory formation. We've got the post-game show presented by YouTube coming up. MLB Game of the Week presented by YouTube Shorts. Kevin Cash, get those hands up. It's a high 5 day. He said he didn't want his hitters to change anything about their plate discipline. after last night's loss, and they have rewarded their skipper this evening. 10 hits off of the Orioles, despite a very rare 4-error night for the Rays as well. And while, again, just an interesting back and forth series, as you never really know what's going to turn out. You've got a young rookie in Shane McClanahan, again, one of the harder throwers right now for the Rays, and a rehabbing John Means. A very yin and yang concept here for starters.
Definitely, and it was really great to see Shane McClanahan come out, have one of the best starts of his career. I mean, I know he allowed a run, but I really liked how he settled down after that second inning, and I think he really showed a lot. Obviously, career high in pitches, which is also important for the Rays moving forward. See if they can stretch him. This was 93. Can they get him into that kind of 100 pitch, echelon at some point, looking towards October and future starts?
Now, you can't overlook what Francisco Mejia did today. And again, as we've mentioned, Mike Zunino has been that anchor as a backstop and at the plate as well. And he comes out tonight and just absolutely connects to pick up this Rays club. Not that they were in dire straits here, but he was that life on the offense time and time again this evening.
Yeah, career high 5 RBIs. And again, this is someone who probably entering yesterday's game did not know if he would be playing today. So we just see this time and again, especially from the Rays. We see it from backup players all the time, and it's something I love about baseball in general, but I really feel like that was on display for the Rays specifically tonight.
Well, he put it on display enough. He is the MLB Game of the Week YouTube Player of the Game, Francisco Mejia. Got to find a place to put that little trophy for you there. And again, just absolutely blasted a home run in the 4th inning out to left field. And he was not done there. Facing again off of Anderson. More life in the 8th inning after the Orioles had cut it within 2 runs. Driving it out to that right center corner right in front of the tank. Clears the bases with a triple. 3 runs of insurance come home for Tampa Bay, and they cement that 9-3 victory over the Orioles. And he was just as dominant in the win as he was in the polls. 60% of you voted for the Rays backstop to take it home this evening, and he joins us now with his translator, Manny Navarro. And first of all, Francisco Mejia, Player of the Game. Have you ever taken home an award the first week after the break?
¿Nunca has tomado un premio después del descanso del All-Star Game?
No, es primera vez que lo estoy tomando, primera vez que me gano un premio de esto.
No, it's the first time I've ever received any kind of award like this one.
Now, you found out in the middle of the game that you had to take over for Mike Zunino yesterday. How do you change that mindset knowing you're now that leading backstop?
Tuviste que jugar ahí en el medio del juego. ¿Cómo cambias la mentalidad?
Bueno, yo estaba preparado y estaba mentalizado desde que uno empieza el juego, porque aquí no me vemos dos catches. Yo estoy preparado para el juego siempre.
No, and with this team, knowing that I'm the backup catcher, I know I got to be ready at any time. There's only 2 of us, so you got to be ready at any moment.
You guys are just a game behind the Red Sox now. Red Sox didn't play today. How are you guys feeling heading into this second half with they're already underway and looking towards the September playoff push, everything else, and potentially October?
No jugaron los Red Sox hoy, pero cómo se siente tener mitad juego a acercarnos junto a los Red Sox.
Bueno, me siento bien y creo que una competencia me está gustando porque, como te dije, nunca había estado en un equipo competitivo y este equipo, cada vez que voy a jugar, juego con todo.
No, I think they're a very competitive team, but this is also a team for us that, we're going to keep on grinding until we get the results that we need.
What has changed for you this year? Hitting the ball a little bit harder, certainly maybe getting some more playing time. What have you felt is different with your swing or your approach?
Nada, solamente la confianza. Creo que la confianza que me da el equipo es lo único que me ha ayudado y siempre estoy disponible. Que cada vez que voy a jugar, siempre me relajo y como tengo confianza jugando, me siento muy cómodo.
I think the confidence, this team and everyone here has helped me be able to be a little bit more relaxed and a little bit more calm, and I think that helps me with my confidence on the field.
Francisco, how much fun are you having with this team right now? Where are you putting the trophy?
Bueno, yo el trofeo lo guardo, pero yo creo que me siento más contento que nunca. Creo que esta va a ser una de las mejores temporadas en mi carrera porque estoy con un equipo que compite y creo que me siento con la confianza que tengo.
No, I'm not sure where I'm going to put it yet. I know my kids are probably going to love it, but I'm just glad to be on a team that competes and has a lot of fun here.
We love to hear it, Francisco. Again, congratulations, you and the Rays taking a big one today in that MLB Game of the Week on YouTube, and you get the trophy. We want to know just one more thing, though. If you're voting for a teammate to take home a trophy, who are you giving it to? Who are you going to share with?
Sí, te votaron, por eso tú recibiste el premio. Pero si tú puedes votar por un compañero para el juego, ¿quién votarás tú?
Creo que voté por Randy. También tuvo un buen juego y él también tuvo buen juego.
I would vote for Randy. I think Randy also had a great game, and I wanted to give him a shout out.
Well, Randy certainly got a little rowdy today as well. Again, Francisco, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations, YouTube Player of the Game. Very well deserved, a home run, a bases clearing triple to boot.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Felicidades. Thank you.
And again, the Rays with a big win this evening. You take a look at RBI by Rays catchers in a single game the last 20 seasons. Oh, there's Francisco Mejia. He's just in the second spot, hanging out with guys like JP Arancibia, Ryan Hannigan, Travis d'Arnaud among the lights. 6-5, though. That's the highest that they've reached so far, and he is pushing to be the next one to take the top spot. Plenty more to look at after this game this evening. And again, the Rays knock off the Orioles 9-3 in Game 2. We'll return with more. You're watching the MLB Game of the Week on YouTube by YouTube Shorts.
I don't know what's going to happen ahead of us. I could probably take a guess, but you just never know. You know, I think we came into this with 12 or so players under serious discussion, and we've definitely narrowed that down.
We are 4 picks through. Now it's time for the 5th overall selection. The O's are up next.
With the 5th pick of the 2021 MLB Draft, the Baltimore Orioles select Colton Cowser, an outfielder from Sam Houston.
Colton Cowser for us was perhaps the best pure hitter in the draft this year. Hits for very high average. He hit 374 this year. Hits for power and has plus speed. Stole 17 bases, hit 16 home runs, and somebody who's going to bring plus defense and plus offense to our team very soon. You know, we've been building one of the elite farm systems in the game, and this is a big part of that. To get a high-impact, dominant college player like him at the top of the draft injects another elite bat into our farm system, and very excited about what that does for our organization and for our future. So we've got our sleeves rolled up now for the rest of the draft, and we'll see what happens.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by YouTube Shorts. Watch and create videos on YouTube. Try Shorts in the YouTube app on your phone. Melanie Newman alongside Sarah Langs and Alana Rizzo this evening. Tampa Bay Rays take out the Orioles 9-3. Let's take a look at some highlights from this evening's game. And for all of the women who are out there covering the game for us that opened up the door for myself, Sarah, and Alana, guys, I mean, just really an awesome day.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just been so great to be part of this. So great to hear all of the energy that we've all gotten. So many positive vibes. And the great thing is, and you've said it a million times, this isn't the last. We're starting it, and this is where we go from here.
I just think the biggest thing, Melanie, is that we were the 5 that were lucky enough to be chosen to do this broadcast, but there are so many more women that have been doing what we're doing in this industry for such a long time, and there's so many resumes that could absolutely do this broadcast. Very happy to be a part of it. We recognize the moment, but above all, it's baseball, and we are certainly happy to be giving this broadcast to the audience.
John Means, this is his first start back off the IL.
This is the team's ace. I mean, he's just absolute breakout candidate.
Rosarena gets a hold of a breaking ball from Means. This one drills into that left field spot. Austin Hayes on the retrieval. Rosarena rounding out as he heads in for second. And it's a stand-up double. Randy Rosarena. He gets the Rays started in a big way in the first. Vidal Brujan, switch hitter for the Rays. And it's a pitch driven out to left field. Austin Hayes, it'll split the defense. Randy Rosarena, helmet off. He's flying in for home. The throw is short. And the Rays jump out a 1-0 lead off of Vidal Brujan RBI. Runner at third and 1 out, coming home to Wander Franco. He's got a fastball, and it's a drive right to Anthony Santander. The cannon flashes to home. The play at the plate is not in time. Vidal Brujan the wheels. It's 2-0 Rays. In comes birthday boy, Pedro Severino. Severino smacks the ball, line drive into left field, base hit. Santander scores easily. Orioles answer. They've cut the lead 2-1 in the second. 2-2. He gets Mullins to chase an elevated fastball. McClanahan is living on it.
You know, that's been something that, there's a drive to center field. That's gone. Homer.
It's up, and Rich Hill calls it a home run. Randy Arozarena.
There's your breakout offensive player of the year right there, Randy Arozarena.
1-0 and a drive into left field. Getting up, it's out. Francisco Mejia. Goodbye, baseball. A 2-run home run, and it's a 5-1 lead for the Rays. Mejia's 4th blast of the year. Andrew Kittredge takes over here to start the 6th inning. Shane McClanahan's day is done. Santander, and he's trying to beat out a sharp play. The Rays. Vidal Brujan absolutely laid out to pick up Andrew Kittredge. He gets the throw off in time. And a photo finish through first base here for Santander, as Choi immediately returned to cover the bag. Everybody's laying out on this one. What a play for Brujan. One of the top of the 8th inning, JP Feyereisen takes over for Tampa Bay, facing Austin Hayes. And as he delivers here, Hayes drills it, reaches on an error by third baseman Wander Franco as he airmails this one over. So with Hayes aboard safely, the Orioles looked like they would get something cooking. Wander Franco not too happy with himself. Mancini at the plate. He drives one off of Feyereisen, deep out to right field. Austin Hayes tags up, and he rolls into third base. Sacrifice fly, Trey Mancini. Ryan Mountcastle, the rookie. That's in one to right field again, and again, Brandon Lau. Not a lot of time in the outfield. He bobbles it, picks up the error. Hayes comes home, and the Orioles cut the lead 5-2. Anthony Santander already has a double under his belt. Well, let's put that one on repeat. Out to deep right center field. He'll pick up his 2nd double of the day, sliding home at the plate. Scoring safely. It's now 5-3. Rays still with the lead. Wild pitch from Feyereisen. Santander would advance to 3rd on the play. And Ramon Urias trying to keep things going. Well, patience works just as fine. He picks up a walk off of JP Feyereisen. His day would be done. Just 1 out. Pete Fairbanks comes over to take on. Pedro Severino rung up on strikes. Pete Fairbanks only needed 3 pitches to do it. And with 1 out, the pinch hitter DJ Stewart. Fairbanks did it again. Slider, bottom edge of the zone. How you like that, Pete Fairbanks? Get a little bobble as you walk off the mound. Sean Anderson came on, and it was a difficult 8th inning for Anderson. And the big one here, again, player of the game, Francisco Mejia. Cedric Mullins on an almost impossible play, can't come up with it. And the Rays come home 1, 2, 3. Brandon Lau wraps it up. A bases clearing triple, Francisco Mejia with the insurance for the Rays. Diego Castillo on in the 9th inning, looking for back-to-back clean performances against the Orioles, and he delivers. A strikeout of Austin Hayes. The Orioles go down 1-2-3 to Diego Castillo as they are dropped to the Rays 9-3 this evening. And we talked about Brandon Lau being the last man to score on that triple just now. Well, he joined Alana Rizzo. They're down on the field in Tropicana. Alana, you got to talk to Brandon, and again, we talked about the fact that he's had to really catch up, not having a lot of time in the outfield, but still hasn't taken away from his stuff at the plate.
No question about it, and he even did have a nice defensive play in the outfield off of that Trey Mancini at bat in the 5th inning. Brandon Lowe 2 for 3 today with the walk, so got on base 3 different times in this game. We expect that from a veteran guy that has known this game upside and down for a long time. But you know what, Francisco Mejia, the player of the game, you guys talked to him after that, comes in for the injured Mike Zunino, who's dealing with a hip issue. What does he do? By the way, just has 5 RBI. Not bad for him. I asked Brandon Lowe if it's just kind of that next man up mentality.
Yeah, I think that's honestly it's just kind of what you expect from him. Guy works his butt off behind the scenes, and it's awesome to kind of see how it plays out in front of the cameras and stuff like that.
McClanahan comes in here and goes up against his hometown team, the first career start he has against Baltimore. What were you noticing from him?
It's just the same Shane, honestly. The same competitive factor out there, and just out there trying to execute everything that he can. And, you know, when he misses a spot or something like that, you know, he's telling himself everything he needs to do to kind of get back into the groove that he needs to be in. He's fun to watch for being so young.
And despite Baltimore's struggles this year, you know that they're a team that can hit and get things going up and down that lineup. The Trey Mancini play there in the 5th inning, a nice defensive play on your part. What was your read off the bat?
I was understanding that, you know, what Trey can do. You know, I watched him in the home run derby, and you know, he's got some pop and stuff like that, and, you know, heard the crack off the bat and knew that he hit it well, and was just trying to do anything that I could to, you know, get to that ball and, you know, make a play on it.
Tampa Bay does things a different way, but Tampa Bay does things right. You guys are always in the competitive division in the AL East. What's the biggest note, the biggest focus that you guys want in this second half?
Just playing our baseball, you know, not playing down to any, you know, day game or anything like that. Don't let that kind of drag in. You know, come out here every day, play our baseball, and, you know, we'll be happy with where we are by the end of the year.
And your baseball tonight, Brandon, you're 2 for 3 with the walk. What worked for you at the plate?
I was not trying to do too much, you know, getting up there and trying to put a solid swing on the ball, and, you know, obviously get on base for Frankie. Let him drive me in a couple more times. It'd be fun.
No doubt about that. Rubber match tomorrow. Thank you for your time. Congrats on the win.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, guys. And guys, you hear it all the time. Don't do too much. Less is more. And that's what Brandon Lowe did today offensively, and it paid dividends. And you know what? Baltimore can sleep quickly. They're going to have to, because they can wash this one off. And the rubber match of this 3-game series at 12:10 tomorrow, guys.
And that is a really tight turnaround, as you just mentioned, to come in and finish this a rubber match. How big is that, though, that in that rubber match you took Game 2 on that quick turnaround?
Well, I think you have to. I mean, that's what you want to do. I mean, Tampa Bay has a lot to play for. And, of course, we always talk about how difficult this division is. And while nobody probably outside of the Red Sox organization thought the Red Sox would be where they are in the division, you know that they're going to be tough the rest of the way. The New York Yankees are struggling. I don't think the New York Yankees are going to make the postseason. I've said that all season long. They just don't seem to have anything going in terms of traction. But they're still the New York Yankees, so they still are a formidable opponent. Tampa Bay has a lot to play for. Again, they probably still have a sour taste in their mouths after last year's World Series, albeit a shortened season, but they still were runners-up in that World Series championship. So an opportunity to come here, get another one. Again, these two teams going in very different directions. Tampa Bay still has a lot to play for.
Alana, you talked to us during the broadcast about how much this bullpen has really steadied the team. What did you see, especially being right there from that bullpen tonight, and how that really set the tone for this win?
Well, you know what, Sarah? I think they're going to continue to lean on that bullpen, and they have to. Again, we've talked about it ad nauseum. In fact, that, you know, 3 of their biggest starters from last year's World Series run team are really no longer with them. Charlie Morton isn't here. Of course, Blake Snell is with the San Diego Padres, and he has had his struggles with San Diego, but I don't think that Tampa Bay made a mistake in letting him go. And, of course, Tyler Glasnow is working his way back from that injury. He's starting to make progress, but they're kind of circling the end of the month type of situation for him. So they are relying on those bullpen arms, and they're keeping it going. The best bullpen ERA in the American League coming into today's game. And remember, they still have some key arms in that bullpen that are injured as well. Nick Anderson was out here earlier today in live BP, that 20-pitch live BP session. Second outing for him. He's going to go on a rehab start. They still have some key guys that are wanting to come back, but somehow they're getting it done. They just seem to have the right amount of puzzle pieces to make it work, to remain competitive in this division.
Well, Alana, they've got the puzzle that all the other kids want right now because, as you just said, even being short, they still don't come up short. We're going to catch up with you later, though, so don't go anywhere just yet. Thanks, though, for that insight, as well as talking to Brandon Lau in this 9-3 Tampa Bay Rays win over the Orioles, Game 2 of their series on the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by YouTube Shorts.
Cuidado, cuidado. ¡Vamos!
Just pounded by the bat of Betts.
100 millas. 100 millas. Millas es 10. Pónchate, pónchate.
A swing and a miss. Good pitch by Glasnow.
Ay, bien.
Here's a shot into right.
¡Vamos, viejo!
Get the wall. It is gone.
¿Cuál es mi nombre? ¿Tú te lo sabes? Ok, pero lo que yo te quiero decir es que... Yo te entiendo lo que tú me quieres decir. Ah, ok. Pero entiéndeme lo que yo te quiero decir. Yo entiendo lo que tú quieres decir. Ah. No me vengas tú a mí. Hombre en primer... Que tú estudiaste y vaina. Hombre en primer y segunda. Yo también soy bachiller. Y es fácil. Estamos por el juego, pero estamos pendientes. Ya ustedes saben. Se me olvidó decirte que tengo micrófono hoy.
Hey, be careful. What? Oh, yeah. You mic today? I used to, but I'm not saying no.
You say no?
Yeah, huh?
You said no?
Yes, no.
God.
Yeah, of course.
So I had to do it because you didn't want to?
You mic'd up?
Oh, yeah. That's new for me.
Oh yeah, watch out, man.
Hey, hi, how are you?
I'm just gonna sit next to you the whole game.
Wow. Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
Vamos.
The visiting Baltimore Orioles, managed by number 18, Brandon Lau.
Hey, Tanner. Let's go, baby. Vámonos.
Come on! Oh, man. Oh, man, I did upper today, too. I did push-ups today, too. I gotta know my own pop.
Oye, toda esa gente de Tampa, en la televisión se ve grande, chico, pero todos son chiquiticos, da. Esperaba Franco también más grande. Tienen ese corazón grande para jugar pelota, yo. Porque esa gente juega en pelota bello.
Thanks. Thanks, Joey. I can count on anybody to be nice to you.
That was a great hit.
Hey, nice double.
I have all year, homer.
McHugh's down in the...
loose hairs. I can tell you didn't shower after your haircut.
You're correct, I didn't. McHugh's in the pen. He's looking at me. He's like, what are you doing, dude? I threw my hat. I put my hat down. Don't go to center. He's making fun of me because I didn't hit my ball 2 more feet, and Randy did.
Hot mic, hot mic, hot mic. Boom, boom. Have a day, baby. Let's go.
I tell you, it was a blast watching you in the Derby.
Oh, thanks, man, dude. It was so fun.
How was it?
It was a blast.
It looks exhausting.
So I was like so tired. I thought I wasn't gonna be able to walk the next day, and I was like somehow okay. But especially with the altitude and everything, I was so out of breath.
El primer juego que 4 para narrarlo. Hoy. Eso es importante, las mujeres. Es que las mujeres tienen que agarrar territorio. Las mujeres son más inteligentes que nosotros.
MLB Game of the Week, and the last 15 meetings haven't exactly gone the Orioles' way. The Rays have taken 13 of them, 85-46, that run differential. 25 home runs for the Rays, 10 for the Orioles. The Rays 7-1 this season. Again, the only loss for Tampa Bay so far was last night's game, in which they fell 6-1. And Sarah, we just got to hear from the players that were mic'd up, and I think I have to give a little bias here to Kelvin Gutierrez, who said, hey guys, do you know that this is the first game that it's been entirely women. And Alana, you got to be down there in front of them for that. But I think that's just a really transcendent moment when you've got the players talking about the broadcasters, which is very reverse of our entire job.
No question about it. And you know what's so great about it is so many players actually came up to me and knew that it was an all-female crew tonight. And a lot of them said congratulations and hey, this is a big moment. So when the players are paying attention, because, I mean, let's be honest, they have a lot to think about when it comes to playing this game and getting ready for the game. But they were aware of it, and that was cool. And a lot of the coaches, too, on both of the teams had mentioned something to me. And, you know, all of us have been asked to do so many different interviews, which has been great. In the 16 years I've been doing sports television and broadcasting, I received more interview requests and more interest for this game than I have in any other event that I've covered. And I've been fortunate to cover a lot of really neat things in this game. So I'm glad it's received so positively, and I'm glad that the reach has been there, and hopefully we change some lives of some young girls tonight.
Absolutely. And Sarah, for you, I mean, you're in the heart of New York. You're around baseball 24/7. You're right outside of Susan Waldman's door, and she's someone that we've all talked about throughout this week of just what a pillar she is for us. But for you to really be in the heart of it, and you, I mean, again, you see every single game every day, which still blows my mind. But just what a fun day.
Oh my gosh, so much fun. I mean, first of all, any day we get to call a baseball game is such a fun day. I love getting a chance to do this. So glad to do it. And to do it with the two of you. I'm looking at Alana, but she can't really see me, but I'm looking at you, Alana. This was just so much fun. And I love that the players were aware of it. I mean, I think we've all said at some point that ultimately we're just here doing our jobs, but it is really cool to see that recognition. And I think that is the point, because those are the things that players recognizing, coaches, managers, all the people who've reached out to all of us, that helps make this the norm going forward. And that's really the point of us doing this game right now, other than, of course, calling the baseball game.
Of course, we've got to call the baseball game, but we also have to give another tip of the cap, because we got to recognize some women earlier, but there are just so many more who not only have come before us, but are coming up behind us as well. Again, with Phyllis, Donna DeVerona as well, Robin Roberts again. Just women you can't really wrap around how impressive they've been to our lives. Linda Cohn, her business articles we've read for so long. Mary Carrillo as well. Doris Burke, a legend in the basketball world, and Beth Mowitz. She's not only doing football, she has extended into Cubs world this year as well, calling baseball games. And it is such a delight not only to know that some strong women have come before us, but we're amongst strong women now. And Alana, I think you said it best. There are so many more who are not only not yet in the spotlight, but are building and are coming this way.
Oh, no question about it. I mean, again, we were the 5 that were fortunate enough to be asked to do this broadcast, but there are many, many very qualified women that have resumes that are incredibly impressive that could have easily taken our spots. And I hope that we all have a chance to be able to get this done. And, you know, I think Susan Waldman said it best earlier in a article that she did with Gordon Eads, that if we only do this one time, what's the point? I mean, moving forward, I hope it happens more often, where it does become commonplace, where you can take gender out of the job description, and it's just a game, and it happens to be by all women. And, you know, I also would be remiss if I didn't mention that there's some women on this crew that are behind the scenes as well. And, you know, we have Jennifer Cardillo as well as Katie Braswell that have done so much to be able to put this together. And I would also be remiss if I didn't say, of course, it is important for women to support women. And, you know, we are our biggest cheerleaders, but we've had a lot of men that have supported us as well in this industry. And it goes a long way when we support one another, but also when our male counterparts and our male colleagues are also just as excited for us to be able to have these opportunities, and they understand how unique it is, but also how important it is too.
And Sarah, I know you had to get a text in to Mom earlier, but really, what's that driving catalyst for you here?
Oh my gosh, I will give a shout out. My mother grew up, she wanted to replace Lon Simmons or Russ Hodges. She was a huge San Francisco Giants fan, and she's told me many times she just didn't see at the time when she was younger that it was really possible. And The amazing thing is she didn't tell me that until I was well into this industry. I did not know this as I was growing up and wanting to become this, but it's just so amazing to get a chance to live out that dream for her and just to get a chance to do our jobs every single day. And I just want to 100% agree with everything Alana just said, especially about men supporting us in addition to women supporting women. You need both of those things working in tandem in order to get this change done and in order for these things to happen in the future. So it's just such a great day.
It is a team effort for humankind to make moments like this not only happen, but to make them normal going forward. And we look forward to so many more of those moments as we move along, not only throughout this baseball season, but in the baseball history books. We know that this is certainly not the last time that this will be happening, and we cannot wait to see the rest of the talent that is coming up along the way. On behalf of Sarah Langs, Alana Rizzo, and a big thank you to Heidi Watney and Lauren Gardner, I'm Melanie Newman. This has been the Tampa Bay Rays and Orioles MLB Game of the Week on YouTube, presented by YouTube Shorts. The next game, August 11th, White Sox at the Twins. You don't want to miss any of it. On behalf of our entire crew this evening, have a great one, guys, and thanks so much for being a part of history tonight.